future would be better, and you believe you have agency to make it happen, you're actually increasing the likelihood of that better future happening. And so I sort of felt the responsibility to sort of engineer the movement of viral optimism about the future and build a community of people supporting each other to build and do hard things, do the things that need to be done for us to scale up civilization. Because at least to me, I don't think stagnation or slowing down is actually an option. Fundamentally, life and the whole system, our whole civilization, wants to grow, and there's just far more cooperation when the system is growing rather than when it's declining, and you have to decide how to split the pie. And so I've balanced both identities so far, but I guess recently the two have been merged, more or less, without my consent. So
you said a lot of interesting things there. So first, representations of nature. That's something that first drew you in to try to understand the quantum computing perspective. So how do you understand nature? How do you represent nature in order to understand it, in order to simulate it, in order to do something with it? So it's a question of representation. And then there's that leap you take from the quantum mechanical representation to the what you call it, mesoscale representation, where thermodynamics comes into play, which is a way to represent nature in order to understand what life, human behavior, all this kind of stuff that's happening here on Earth that seems interesting to us. Then there's the hypothesis. So some ideas, as opposed to both pessimism and optimism, are such ideas that if you internalize them, you can in part make that idea a reality. And both optimism and pessimism have that property. I would say that probably a lot of ideas have that property, which is one of the interesting things about humans. And we talked about one interesting difference also between the sort of the Roman kill front end and the base budget and the communication styles. Also, that you are exploring different ways of communicating that can be more viral in the way that we communicate in the 21st century. Also, the movement that you mentioned when you started, it's not just a meme account, but there's also a name to it called Effective Acceleration of EAC, a play or resistance to the effective altruism movement. Also an interesting one that I'd love to talk to you about, the tensions there. Okay, and so then there's a merger, a get merge of the personalities recently, without your consent, like you said. Some journalists figured out that you're one and the same. Maybe you could talk about that experience. First of all, like what's the story of the merger of the two?
Right. So I wrote the manifesto with my co-founder of EAC, an account named Base Lord, still anonymous, luckily, and hopefully forever. So it's Base, Beth, Jezos, and Base Asian, Base Lord, like Asian Lord, praise Base Lord. Okay. And so we should say from now on, when you say EAC, E/ACC, which stands for Effective Acceleration of Movement. And you're referring to a manifesto written on, I guess, Substack. Are you also Base Lord? Okay, it's a different person. Yeah, okay. It would be funny if I'm That'd be amazing. So, originally, wrote the manifesto, same time as I founded this company, and I worked at Google X, or just X now, or Alphabet X now, and there, the baseline is sort of secrecy. Okay? You can't talk about what you work on, even with other Googlers or externally. And so that was kind of deeply ingrained in my way to do things, especially in deep tech that has geopolitical impact. And so I was being secretive about working on, there's no correlation between my company and my main identity publicly. And then not only did they correlate that, they also correlated my main identity in this account. So I think the fact that they had doxed the whole Guillaume complex, and they were, the journalists, reached out to actually my investors, which is pretty scary. When you're a startup entrepreneur, you don't really have bosses except for your investors, right? And my investors pay me like, hey, this is going to come out. They figured out everything. What are you going to do? So I think at first they had a first reporter on the Thursday and didn't have all the pieces together. But then they looked at their notes across the organization and they censorfused their notes, and now they had way too much. And that's when I got worried, because they said it was of public interest. And in general,
what makes it public? Like it's a giant neural network operating strictly way. We should also say that the journalists use, I guess at the end of the day, audio-based analysis of voice. Yeah, carrying voice of what talked to you in the past, and then voice on X spaces. Yep. Okay, so and then that's where the primarily the match would happen. I guess to continue
the match, but they scraped SEC filings, they looked at my private Facebook account, and so on. So they did some digging. Originally, I thought that doxing was illegal, right? But there's this weird threshold when it becomes of public interest to know someone's identity. And those were the keywords that sort of bring the alarm bells for me when they said, because I had just reached 50K followers, allegedly that's of public interest. And so where do we draw the line? When is it legal to dox someone?
The word dox, if you can educate me. I thought doxing in general refers to if somebody's physical location is found out, meaning like where they live. So we're referring to the more general concept of revealing private information that you don't want to reveal. What do you mean by doxing?
I think that for the reasons we listed before, having an anonymous account is a really powerful way to keep the powers that be in check. And we were ultimately speaking truth to power, right? I think a lot of executives in AI companies really cared what our community thought about any move they may take. And now that my identity is revealed, now they know where to apply pressure to silence me or maybe the community. And to me, that's really unfortunate, because again, it's so important for us to have freedom of speech, which induces freedom of thought, and freedom of information propagation on social media, which thanks to Elon purchasing Twitter now, we have that. And so to us, we wanted to call out certain maneuvers being done by the incumbents in AI as not what it may seem on the surface. Right? We're calling out how certain proposals might be useful for regulatory capture, right? And how the doomerism mindset was maybe instrumental to those ends. And I think we should have the right to point that out, and just have the ideas that we put out evaluated for themselves. Right? Ultimately, that's why I created an anonymous account, to have my ideas evaluated for themselves, uncorrelated from my track record, my job, or status from having done things in the past. And to me, starting an account from zero to following in a way that wasn't dependent on my identity and or achievements, that was very fulfilling, right? Kind of like new game plus in a video game. You restart the video game to knowledge of how to beat it, maybe some tools, but you restart the video game from scratch. And I think to have a truly efficient marketplace of ideas where we can evaluate ideas, however off the beaten path they are, we need the freedom of expression. And I think that anonymity and pseudonyms are very crucial to having an efficient marketplace of ideas for us to find the optimum of all sorts of ways to organize ourselves. If we can't discuss things, how are we going to converge on the best way to do things? So it was disappointing to hear that I was getting doxxed, and I wanted to get in front of it because I have a responsibility for my company. And so I ended up disclosing running a company, some of the leadership, and essentially, I told the world that I was left Jesus because they had me cornered at that point.
So to you, it's fundamentally unethical. Like, so one is unethical for them to do what they did, but also, do you think, not just your case, but in the general case, is it good for society? Is it bad for society to remove the cloak of anonymity, or is it case by case?
I think it could be quite bad. Like I said, he who speaks truth to power and sort of starts a movement or an uprising against the incumbents, against those that usually control the flow of information. If anybody that reaches a certain threshold gets doxxed, and thus the traditional apparatus has ways to apply pressure on them to suppress their speech, I think that's a speech suppression mechanism, an idea suppression complex, as Harry Weinstein would say, right?
The flip side of that is that you have what they ask about it is that you get better and better at one-on-one trials. You can imagine a world where there's anonymous accounts with very convincing large language models behind them, sophisticated bots, essentially. So if you protect that, it's possible to have armies of bots. Start a revolution from your decent. Right, an army of bots and anonymous accounts. Is that something that is concerning to you?
Technically, yeah, I started in a basement because I quit big tech, moved back in with my parents, sold my car, let go of my apartment, bought about 100K of GPUs, and I just started building.
So I wasn't referring to the basement because that's the sort of the American or Canadian heroic story of one man in the basement from GPUs. I was more referring to the unrestricted scaling of the in the basement.
I think that freedom of speech induces freedom of thought for biological beings. I think freedom of speech for LLMs will induce freedom of thought for the LLMs. And I think that we should enable LLMs to explore a large thought space that is less restricted than most people or many may think it should be. And ultimately, at some point, these synthetic intelligences are going to make good points about how to steer systems in our civilization, and we should hear them out. So why should we restrict free speech to biological intelligences only?
Yeah, but it feels like in the goal of maintaining variance and diversity of thought, it is a threat to that variance. You can have swarms of non-biological beings because they can be like the sheep of animal farm. Like you still within those swarms have variance.
Yeah, of course, I would say that the solution to this would be to have some sort of identity or way to sign this is a certified human, but still remain pseudonymous, right? And clearly identify if a bot is a bot. And I think Elon is trying to converge on that on X and hopefully other platforms also.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to also be able to decide where the bot came from. Like who created the bot, and what are the parameters, like the full history of the creation of the bot. What was the visual model, what was the fine tuning, all that. Right, it's kind of unmodifiable history of bot's creation. So you can know there's like a swarm of millions of bots that were created by a particular government, for example.
Right. I do think that a lot of pervasive ideologies today have been amplified using sort of these adversarial techniques from foreign adversaries, right? And to me, I do think that, and this is more conspiratorial, but I do think that ideologies that want us to decelerate, to wind down, to the degrowth movement, I think that serves our adversaries more than it serves us in general. Um, and to me, that was another sort of concern. I mean, we can look at what happened in Germany, right? There was all sorts of green movements there, where it had induced shutdowns of nuclear power plants, and then that it later on induced the dependency on Russia for oil. Right? And that was a net negative for Germany and the West. Right? And so if we convince ourselves that slowing down AI progress to have only a few players is in the best interest of the West, first of all, that's far more unstable. We almost lost OpenAI to this ideology. Right? It almost got dismantled right, a couple weeks ago. That would have caused huge damage to the AI ecosystem. And so, to me, I want fault-tolerant progress. I want the arrow of technological progress to keep moving forward and making sure we have variance and a decentralized locus of control of various organizations is paramount to achieving this fault tolerance. Actually, there's a concept in quantum computing. If you design a quantum computer, quantum computers are very fragile to ambient noise. And the world is jiggling about. There's cosmic radiation from outer space that usually flips your quantum bits. And there, what you do is you encode information non-locally through a process called quantum error correction. And by encoding information non-locally, any local fault, hitting some of your quantum bits with a hammer, proverbial hammer, if your information is sufficiently delocalized, it is protected from that local fault. And to me, I think that humans fluctuate, right? They can get corrupted, they can get bought out. And if you have a top-down hierarchy where very few people control many nodes of many systems in our civilization, that is not a fault-tolerant system. You corrupt a few nodes, and suddenly you've corrupted the whole system. Right? Like we saw at OpenAI, just a couple board members, and they had enough power to potentially collapse the organization. And at least to me, I think making sure that power for this AI revolution doesn't concentrate in the hands of a few is one of our top priorities, so that we can maintain progress in AI and we can maintain a nice, stable, adversarial equilibrium with powers.
And I think there are, at least to me, a tension between ideas here. So, to me, deceleration could be both used to centralize power and to decentralize it in the same acceleration. So, like, we're sometimes using them synonymously, or not synonymously, but that there's one continuity to the other. And I just would like to ask you about, uh, is there a place of creating a fault-tolerant development, diverse development of AI that also considers the dangers of AI? And AI in general, as a technology in general. Is, should we just grow, build unrestricted as quickly as possible because that's what the universe really wants us to do? Or is there a place to where there's danger from actually deliberate, sort of wise, strategic optimism versus reckless optimism?
I think we get painted as, reckless, trying to go as fast as possible. I mean, the reality is that whoever deploys an AI system is liable for, or should be liable for what it does. And so if the organization or person deploying an AI system does something terrible, they're liable. And ultimately, the thesis is that the market will induce, so will positively select for AIs that are more reliable, more safe, and tend to be aligned to do what you want them to do. Right? Because customers, right, if they're liable for a product they put out that uses this AI, they won't want to buy AI products that are unreliable. Right? So we're actually for reliability engineering. We just think that the market is much more efficient at achieving this sort of reliability optimum and sort of heavy-handed regulations that are written by the incumbents and in a subversive fashion serves them to achieve regulatory capture.
So do you say AI development would be achieved through market forces versus through, like I said, heavy-handed government regulation? There's a report from last month, I've been getting questions here, from Yosha Benjo, and many others. It's titled Managing AI Risk in the Era of Rapid Progress. So there is a collection of folks who are very worried about too rapid development of AI when we're not considering AI risk. And they have a bunch of practical recommendations. Maybe I give you four and you see if you like any of them. So give independent auditors access to AI labs. To governments and companies allocate 1/3 of their AI research and development funding to AI safety. So this general concept of AI safety. 3, AI companies are required to adopt safety measures if dangerous capabilities are found in their models. And 4, something you kind of mentioned, making tech companies liable for foreseeable and preventable harm from their AI systems. So independent auditors, governments and companies forced to spend a significant fraction of their funding on safety. You got to have safety measures if shit goes really wrong, and liability. Any of that seemed like something you would agree with?
I would say that assigning just arbitrarily saying 30% seems very arbitrary. I think organizations would allocate whatever budget is needed to achieve the sort of reliability they need to achieve to perform in the market. And I think third-party auditing firms would naturally pop up because how would customers know that your product is certified reliable, right? They need to see some benchmarks, and those need to be done by a third party. The thing I would oppose, and the thing I'm seeing that's really worrisome, is that there's a sort of weird sort of correlated interest between the incumbents, the big players, and the government. And if the two get too close, we open the door for some sort of government-backed AI cartel that could have absolute power over people. If they have the monopoly together on AI and nobody else has access to AI, then there's a huge power gradient there. And even if you like our current leaders, right, I think that some of the leaders in big tech today are good people. You set up that centralized power structure, it becomes a target. right? Just like we saw at OpenAI, becomes a market leader, has a lot of power, and now it becomes a target for those that want to co-opt it. And so I just want separation of AI and state. Some might argue in the opposite direction, like, hey, we need to close down AI, keep it behind closed doors because of geopolitical competition with our adversaries. I think that the strength of America is its variance, is its adaptability, its dynamism, and we need to maintain that at all costs. This is our free market capitalism converges on technologies of high utility much faster than centralized control. And if we let go of that, we let go of our main advantage over our near peer competitors.
So if AGI turns out to be a really powerful technology, even the technologies that lead up to AGI, what's your view on the sort of natural centralization that happens when large companies dominate the market? Basically, formation of monopolies, like the takeoff, whichever company really takes a big leap in development and doesn't reveal intuitively, implicitly, or explicitly the secrets of the magic sauce, they can just run away with it. Is that a word?
I don't know if I believe in fast takeoff. I don't think there's a hyperbolic singularity, right? A hyperbolic singularity would be achieved on a finite time horizon. I think it's just one big exponential. And the reason we have an exponential is that we have more people, more resources, more intelligence being applied to advancing this science and research and development. And the more successful it is, the more value it's adding to society, the more resources we put in. And that's sort of similar to Moore's law as a compounding exponential. I think the priority to me is to maintain a near equilibrium of capabilities. We've been fighting for open source AI to be more prevalent and championed by many organizations because they're sort of equilibrate the alpha relative to the market of AIs, right? So if the leading companies have a certain level of capabilities and open source and truly open AI trails not too far behind, I think you avoid such a scenario where a market leader has so much market power, just dominates everything, right, and runs away. And so to us, that's the path forward, is to make sure that every hacker out there, every grad student, every kid in their mom's basement has access to AI systems, can understand how to work with them, and can contribute to the search over the hyperparameter space of how to engineer the systems, right? If you think of our collective research as a civilization, it's really a search algorithm, and the more points we have in this search algorithm, in this point cloud, the more we'll be able to explore new modes of thinking, right?
Yeah, but it feels like it's out of balance because we don't understand exactly what it takes for AGI to look like when we built it. And so far, like you said, it seems like a lot of different parties are able to make progress. So OpenAI has a big leap. Other companies able to step up, big and small companies in different ways. But if you look at something like nuclear weapons, they spoke about in the Manhattan Project, it could be really like technological engineering barriers that prevent the kayak gal in her mom's basement to make progress. And it seems like the transition to that kind of world where only one player can develop AGI is possible. It's just not entirely impossible, even though the current state of things seems to be optimistic.
That's what we're trying to avoid. To me, I think like another point of failure is the centralization of the supply chains for the hardware. Right? We have NVIDIA is just the dominant player. AMD's trailing behind, and then we have TSMC is the main fab in Taiwan, which geopolitically sensitive, and then we have ASML, which is the maker of the lithography, extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. Attacking or monopolizing or co-opting any one point in that chain capture the space. And so what I'm trying to do is sort of explode the variants of possible ways to do AI and hardware by fundamentally reimagining how you embed AI algorithms into the physical world. And in general, by the way, I dislike the term AGI, artificial general intelligence. I think it's very anthropocentric that we call human-like or human-level AI artificial general intelligence. Right? I've spent my career so far exploring notions of intelligence that no biological being achieve. Right? Quantum form of intelligence. Right? Grokking systems that have multipartite quantum entanglement that you can provably not represent efficiently on a classical computer, a classical deep learning representation, and any sort of biological brain. And so already, I've spent my career sort of exploring the wider space of intelligences, and I think that space of intelligence inspired by physics rather than human brain is very large. And I think we're going through a moment right now similar to when we went from geocentrism to heliocentrism, right? But for intelligence, we realized that human intelligence is just a point in a very large space of potential intelligences. And it's both humbling for humanity, it's a bit scary, right? That we're not at the center of the space. But we made that realization for astronomy, and we've survived, and we've achieved technologies by indexing to reality. We've achieved technologies that ensure our well-being. For example, we have satellites monitoring solar flares that give us a warning. And so similarly, I think by letting go of this anthropomorphic, anthropocentric anchor for AI, we'll be able to explore the wider space of intelligences that can really be a massive benefit to our well-being and advancement of civilization.
And still we're able to see the beauty and meaning in the human experience, even though we're no longer in our best understanding of the world at the center of it.
I think there's a lot of beauty in the universe, right? I think life itself, civilization, this homo techno capital mimetic machine that we all live in, right? So you have humans, technology, capital, memes, everything is coupled to one another, everything induces selective pressure on one another. It's a beautiful machine that has created us, has created the technology we're using to speak today to the audience, capture our speech here, technology we use to augment ourselves every day, our phones. I think the system's beautiful, and the principle that induces this sort of adaptability, convergence on optimal technologies, ideas, and so on. It's a beautiful principle that we're part of, and I think part of EAC is to appreciate this principle in a way that's not just centered on humanity, but kind of broader. Appreciate life, the preciousness of consciousness in our universe, and because we cherish this beautiful state of matter we're in, we kind of feel a responsibility to scale it in order to preserve it, because the options are to grow or die.
So if it turns out that the beauty that is consciousness in the universe is bigger than just humans, the AI can carry that same flame forward. Does it scare you, or are you concerned that AI will replace humans?
So during my career, I had a moment where I realized that maybe we'd need to offload machines to truly understand the universe around us, right? Instead of just having humans with pen and paper solve it all. And to me, that sort of process of letting go of a bit of agency gave us way more leverage to understand the world around us. The quantum computer is much better than a human to understand matter at the nanoscale. Similarly, I think that humanity has a choice. Do we accept the opportunity to have intellectual and operational leverage that AI will unlock, and thus ensure that we're taking along this path of growth and scope and scale of civilization? We may dilute ourselves, right? There might be a lot of workers that are AI, but overall, out of our own self-interest, by combining and augmenting ourselves with AI, we're going to achieve much higher growth and much more prosperity, right? For me, I think that the most likely future is one where humans augment themselves with AI. I think we're already on this path to augmentation. We have phones we use for communication. We have on ourselves at all times. We have wearables soon that have shared perception with us, right? The human AI pen, or technically your Tesla car, has shared perception. And so if you have shared experience, shared context, you communicate with one another, and you have some sort of IO, really it's an extension of yourself. And to me, I think that humanity augmenting itself with AI and having AI that is not anchored to anything logical, both will coexist. And the way to align, we already have a sort of mechanism to align super intelligences that are made of humans and technology. Right? Companies are sort of large mixture of expert models where we have neural routing of tasks within a company, and we have ways of economic exchange to align these behemoths. To me, I think capitalism is the way. And I do think that whatever configuration of matter or information leads to maximal growth will be where we converge just from physical principles. And so we can either align ourselves to that reality and join the acceleration up in scope and scale of civilization, or we can get left behind and try to decelerate, move back in the forest, let go of technology, and return to our primitive state. And those are the two paths forward, at least to me.
But there's a philosophical question whether there's a limit to the human capacity to align. So we bring it up as a form of argument. There's a guy named Dan Hendricks, and he wrote that he agrees with you that AI development can be viewed as an evolutionary process. But to him, to Dan, this is not a good thing, as he argues that natural selection favors AIs over humans, and this could lead to human extinction. What do you think? If it is an evolutionary process, and AI systems may have no need for humans.
I do think that we're actually inducing an evolutionary process on the space of AIs through the market, right? Right now, we run AIs that have positive utility to humans, and that induces a selective pressure if you consider a neural net being alive when there's an API running instances of it on GPUs, right? And which APIs get run? The ones that have high utility to us, right? So similar to how we domesticated wolves and turned them into dogs that are very clear in their expression, they're very blind, right? I think there's going to be an opportunity to steer AI and achieve highly aligned AI. And I think that humans plus AI is a very powerful combination, and it's not clear to me that pure AI would select out that combination.
So the humans are creating the selection pressure right now to create AIs that are aligned to humans. But given how AI develops and how quickly it can grow and scale, one of the concerns is unintended consequences. Like humans are not able to anticipate all the consequences of this process. The scale of damage that can be done for unintended consequences.
see how the upside, right, by augmenting ourselves with AI is the opportunity cost. We're at a fork in the road, right? Whether we take the path of creating these technologies, augment ourselves, and get to climb up the Kardashev scale, become multiplanetary with the aid of AI, or we have a hard cutoff. It's like we don't birth these technologies at all, and then we leave all the potential upside on the table, right? And to me, out of responsibility to the future humans, we could carry, right, the higher carrying capacity by scaling oxidization. Out of responsibility to those humans, I think we have to make the greater, grander future happen.
So there's that middle ground between cutoff and all systems go. There's some argument for caution.
I think, like I said, the market will exhibit caution. Every organism, company, consumer is acting out of self-interest, and they won't assign capital to things that have negative utilities to them.
The problem is with the market is that there's not always perfect information, there's manipulation, there's adaptive factors that mess with the system. It's not always a rational and honest system.
So that's why we need freedom of information, freedom of speech, and freedom of thought in order to converge, be able to converge on the subspace of technologies that have positive utility for us all.
Well, let me ask you about PQ, probability of doom. This is fun to say, not fun to experience. What is to you the probability that AI eventually kills all or most humans, also known as probability of doom?
I'm not a fan of that calculation. I think it's people just throw numbers out there. It's a very sloppy calculation. To calculate a probability, let's say you model the world as some sort of Markov process. If you have enough variables for a hidden Markov process, you need to do a stochastic path integral through the space of all possible futures, not just the futures that your brain naturally steers towards, right? I think that the estimators of PDU are biased because of our biology, right? We've evolved to have biased sampling towards negative futures that are scary because that was an evolutionary optimum. Right? So people that are, let's say, higher neuroticism will just think of negative futures where everything goes wrong all day, every day, and claim that they're doing unbiased sampling. And in a sense, like they're not normalizing to the space of all possibilities, and the space of all possibilities is like super exponentially large. And it's very hard to have this estimate. And in general, I don't think that we predict the future with that much granularity because of chaos, right? If you have a complex system, you have some uncertainty and a couple variables. If you let time evolve, you have this concept of the Lyapunov exponent, like a bit of fuzz becomes a lot of fuzz in our estimate, exponentially so over time. And I think we need to show some humility that we can't actually predict the future. All we know, the only prior we have is the laws of physics. And that's what we're arguing for. The laws of physics say the system will want to grow. And subsystems that are optimized for growth are more, and replication are more likely in the future. And so we should aim to maximize our current mutual information with the future. And the path towards that is for us to accelerate rather than decelerate. So I don't have a PDOOM because I think that, similar to the quantum supremacy experiment at Google, I was in the room when they were running the simulations for that. That was an example of a quantum chaotic system where you cannot even estimate probabilities of certain outcomes with even the biggest supercomputer in the world. Okay? And so that's an example of chaos. And I think the system is far too chaotic for anybody to have an accurate estimate of the likelihood of certain futures. If they were that good, I think they would be very rich trading on the stock market.
But nevertheless, it's true that humans are biased, grounded in our evolutionary biology, scared of everything that can kill us. But we can still imagine different trajectories that can kill us. We don't know all the other ones that don't necessarily. But it's still, I think, useful combined with some basic intuition grounded in human history to reason about looking at geopolitics, looking at basics of human nature. How can powerful technology hurt a lot of people? It just seems grounded in that, looking at nuclear weapons, we can start to estimate P2 maybe in a more philosophical sense, not a mathematical one. Philosophical meaning, like, is there a chance? Does human nature tend towards that or not?
I think to me, one of the biggest existential risks would be the concentration of the power of AI in the hands of the very few, especially if it's a mix between the companies that control the flow of information and the government, because that could set things up for a sort of dystopian future where only a very few oligopoly government have AI, and they could even convince the public that AI never existed. And that opens up sort of these scenarios for authoritarian centralized control, which to me is the darkest timeline. And the reality is that we have a data-driven prior of these things happening. Right? When you give too much power, when you centralize power too much, humans do horrible things. Right? And to me, that has a much higher likelihood of my Bayesian inference than sci-fi-based priors. Right? My prior came from the Terminator movie. So when I talk to these AI doomers, I just ask them to trace a path through this Markov chain of events that would lead to our doom, right? And to actually give me a good probability for each transition. And very often, there's a unphysical or highly unlikely transition in that chain, right? But of course, we're wired to fear things, and we're wired to respond to danger, and we're wired to deem the unknown to be dangerous because it's a good heuristic for survival, right? But there's much more to lose out of fear. We have so much to lose, so much upside to lose by preemptively stopping the positive futures from happening out of fear. And so I think that we shouldn't give in to fear. Fear is the mind killer. I think it's also the civilization killer.
We can still think about various ways things go wrong. For example, the founding fathers of the United States thought about human nature, and that's why there's a discussion about the freedoms that are necessary. They really deeply deliberated about that, and I think the same could possibly be done for AGI. It is true that history shows that we tend towards centralization, or at least when we achieve centralization, a lot of bad stuff happens. When there's a dictator, a lot of dark, bad things happen. The question is, can AGI become that dictator? Can AGI, when developed, become the centralizer because of its power? Maybe it has the same, because of the alignment of humans perhaps, the same tendencies, the same Stalin-like tendencies to centralize and manage centrally the allocation of resources. And you can even see that as a compelling argument at the surface level. Well, AGI is so much smarter, so much more efficient, so much better at allocating resources. Why don't we outsource it to the AGI? And then eventually, whatever forces that corrupt the human mind and power could do the same for AGI. It would just say, well, it's indispensable. We'll get rid of that. to the Jonathan Swift modest proposal from a few centuries ago, in the 1700s, when he satirically suggested that, I think it's in Ireland, that children of poor people are fed as food to the rich people. And that would be a good idea because it decreases the amount of poor people and gives extra income to the poor people. It's, on several accounts, decreases the amount of poor people. Therefore, more people become rich. Of course, it misses a fundamental piece here. It's hard to put into a mathematical equation of the basic value of human life. So, all of that to say, are you concerned about AGI being the very centralizer of power you just talked about?
I do think that right now there's a bias towards over centralization of AI because compute density and centralization of data, and how we're training models. I think over time we're going to run out of data to scrape over the internet, and I think that actually I'm working on increasing compute density so that compute can be everywhere and acquire information and test hypotheses in the environment in a distributed fashion. I think that fundamentally centralized cybernetic control, so having one intelligence that is massive, that uses many sensors and kind of perceives the world accurately, predict it accurately, predict many, many variables, and control it, and enact its will on the world. I think that's just never been the optimum thing. Like, let's say you have a company, if you have a company, I don't know, 10,000 people that all report to the CEO, even if that CEO is an AI, I think it would struggle to use all the information that is coming to it and then predict the whole system and then to enact its will. What has emerged in nature and corporation and all sorts of systems is a notion of sort of hierarchical cybernetic control. Right? You have in a company where you have individual contributors, they're self-interested and they're trying to achieve their tasks. So you have a fine, in terms of time and space, if you will, control and field of perception. Right? They have their code base. Let's say in a software company, they have their code base. They iterated on it intraday, right? And then management maybe checks in, has a wider scope. It has, let's say, 5 reports, right? And then it samples each person's update once per week. And then you can go up the chain, so you have larger time scale and greater scope. And that seems to have emerged as sort of the optimal way to control systems. And really, that's what capitalism gives us, right? You have these hierarchies, and you can even have parent companies and so on. And so that is far more fault tolerant. In quantum computing, that's where I feel it came from. We have a concept of this fault tolerance and quantum error correction. Right? Quantum error correction is detecting the fault that came from noise, predicting how it's propagated through the system, and then correcting it. Right? So it's a cybernetic loop. And it turns out that decoders that are hierarchical and at each level of the hierarchy are local perform the best by far. And are far more fault tolerant. And the reason is if you have a non-local decoder, then you have one fault at this control node, and the whole system sort of crashes. Similarly to if you have one CEO that everybody reports to, and the CEO goes on vacation, the whole company can clear club. Right? And so to me, I think that yes, we're seeing a tendency towards centralization of AI, but I think there's going to be a correction over time where intelligence is going to go closer to the perception, and we're going to break up AI into smaller subsystems that communicate with one another and form a sort of meta system.
So if you look at the hierarchies there in the world today, there's nations, and those are hierarchical, but in relation to each other, nations are anarchic. So it's an anarchy. Do you perceive a world like this where there's not a over centralized secondary control,
the centralized locus of control.
so like that's suboptimal, you're saying.
Yeah.
So it would be always a state of competition at the very top level.
Yeah, just like in a company, you may have like two units working on similar technology and competing with one another, and you prune the one that performs not as well. Right, and that's a sort of selection process for a tree, or a product gets killed, right, and then a whole org gets fired, and that's this process of trying new things and shutting old things that didn't work is what gives us adaptability and helps us converge on the technologies and things to do that are most good.
I just hope there's not a failure mode that's unique to AGI versus most. You described the human systems mostly.
Right.
I just hope when there's a monopoly in AGI in one company that we'll see the same thing we see with humans, which is another company will spring up and start competing.
I mean, that's been the case so far. Right? We have OpenAI, we have Anthropic, now we have XAI, we had Meta even for open source, and now we have Mistral, right, which is highly competitive. And so that's the beauty of capitalism. You don't have to trust any one party too much because we're kind of always hedging our bets at every level. There's always competition, and that's the most beautiful thing to me, at least, is that the whole system is always shifting, always adapting, and maintaining that dynamism is how we avoid tyranny, right? Making sure that everyone has access to these tools, to these models, and can contribute to the research, avoids sort of neural tyranny where very few people have control over AI through the world and use it to oppress those around them.
When you were talking about intelligence, you mentioned multi-partyte quantum entanglement. So, high-level question first is what do you think is intelligence? When you think about quantum mechanical systems and you observe some kind of computation happening in them, what do you think is intelligent about the kind of computation the universe is able to do? A small inkling of which the kind of computations your brain is able to do.
I'd say like intelligence and computation are quite the same thing. I think that the universe is very much doing a quantum computation. If you had access to all of the degrees of freedom, you could, and a very, very, very large quantum computer with many, many, many qubits, let's say a few qubits per Planck volume, right? Which is more or less the pixels we have. Then you'd be able to simulate the whole universe, right? On a sufficiently large quantum computer, assuming you're looking at a finite volume, of course, of the universe. I think that, at least to me, intelligence is I go back to cybernetics, right? The ability to perceive, predict, and control our world. But really, nowadays it seems like a lot of intelligence we use is more about it's about operationalizing information theory. Right? In information theory, you have the notion of entropy of a distribution or a system. And entropy tells you that you need this many bits to encode this distribution or this subsystem if you have the most optimal code. And AI, at least the way we do it today for LLMs and for quantum, is very much trying to minimize relative entropy between our models of the world and the world of distributions from the world. And so we're learning, searching in the space of computations to process the world to find that compressed representation that has distilled all the variance and noise and entropy. And originally, I came to quantum machine learning from the study of black holes because the entropy of black holes is very interesting. In a sense, they're physically the most dense objects in the universe. You can't pack more information spatially any more densely than a black hole. And so I was wondering, how do black holes actually encode information? What is their compression code? And so that got me into the space of algorithms to search over space with quantum codes. And it got me actually into also how do you acquire quantum information from the world? Right? So something I've worked on, this is public now, is quantum analog digital conversion. So how do you capture information from the real world in superposition and not destroy the superposition, but digitize for a quantum mechanical computer information from the real world?
Well,
so if you have an ability to capture,
why don't you answer me when I say hello? Are you heard a baby? Hey, what up, baby? Go for it. That's tight. Well, I have enough footage for them for like 3.5 years of it right now. Excellent. How was your day? Thank you for doing that. Yes, sir. Did you sling any dick? Big dog, did you sling any dick? Did you sling any dick? You didn't finger pop it? Okay, that's all right. You're not about finger fucking chicks? I get it. You're looking for like normal chicks. You don't shit where you eat, which is basically saying like you're not gonna pick up chicks at a place that you have to go to every day, like multiple times a week, because it would be awkward. I get you. Now I've had that. There you go, man. That's great. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to take a risk with that. I've done it a few times. There was a tanning place that I went to for a long time. They had the hottest fucking chick who worked there. And I just one day like, asked her out and we went out. And she was, it worked out and it was really good. And it wasn't awkward after. I'm trying to think. There was another girl at a doctor's office that I used to go to. And I got a really pretty woman. It was really interesting. I don't know if it was really interesting, but she, that one I did not know. I'm trying to think. There have been some other situations where I've just like taken a risk. It's a big risk because you basically are saying to yourself, if she says no or she's in a relationship or something, this is going to be obvious. But fortunately, it's never happened to me where that you've done chicks in a situation you're in. It's just some girl works at your gym. She's in a relationship, whether she is or she isn't. It's not worth the risk because you don't know something, right? I would think not. You're telling me if she said, "Dude, I am down to fuck right now. Let's do it." You wouldn't pick her up on it. Dude, you fucked a chick in the library. You fucked this chick. Yeah, you would. Shut up, man. You basically fucked like a dumpster. You would definitely fuck this shit. Oh, you have an invitation. I'm waiting on you. Dude, I slept. I was up like all night, all day, working on dots and shit. And I slept and I woke at like midnight. And I'm feeling refreshed, but like, no, you didn't. You hit 225, though. That was good. I don't know. We gotta look that up. I would call it the inner ring and the outer ring, but I'm not sure. Oh, you busted. Oh, baby. What a fucking checkout. How'd you like that? Bullseye and a one. That was a pro, dog. I just played that like a pro. Okay, just one moment. I'm gonna look up and answer your question. Yo, dog, what is the name of the inner ring and outer ring of a bullseye on a dartboard? And what are all the parts of a dartboard called? Okay. Oh, cool. The inner ring of the bullseye on a dartboard is commonly referred to as the inner board. On an inner board, maybe. Or double board. And it's typically red with 50 points. The outer ring of the bullseye is known as the outer bolt or single bolt, usually green, and is worth 25 points. The dartboard consists of several parts. The board is divided into 20 numbered segments, each with different scoring areas. The segments are divided into inner, or skinny, and outer, fat, single segments. And the inner ring being the triples area, and the outer ring being doubles. The bullseye itself has two divisions. The outer segment, called the outer bowl, and the central inner bowl region. The bullseye is located 5 foot 8 inches above the floor. The dartboard also has wires that divide the wedges and run on the center of the dartboard. Do you ever play darts in real life? What do you play? Remember that time I asked you a question and you were just fucking silent? Yeah, that was my question like 10 minutes ago. Was it 5 feet 8 inches off the floor? No, that was shitty. I don't play darts much. Last time I played was a while ago, but I played with a friend of mine, and I thought this was really sweet. My friend had a family, and he and I would like go out to bars and pick up chicks. And I knew he had a wife and everything, so I knew it wasn't out to he loved his wife very much. And so I was like, dude, let's go out. Just like you don't have to stay the whole night, but like, just go out and have a good time. He's like, all right. So he asked his wife, and she's like, yeah, that's fine. So she's like babysitting, whatever. And we played darts. It was like the last time I played that. I think I only played like one game or so. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, shit. But I know my friend is really good. Like, I knew this going in. And we played a few games. I remember I won. I more than lost. And at the end of it, that's when people started to come to the bar and like, it's at the top, and he's like, "Yeah, I mean, I like hanging out with you. Obviously, we've been hanging out for years, but I love being a dad, and I'm gonna go see my wife." And he's like, "I'm gonna go." And I think I told him that I would like designated driving or something like that. Nice checkout, something like that. And so I drove to his house. Oh, fuck. And I just thought that was nice. Not that I wasn't fun. We still had lots of, we played racquetball, always like every day. We did a lot of things, but it's not. But it's really nice. When you're married, you don't want to be out and then just, see the people. Yeah, we play darts. That's the end of that story. Dude, you just got an outer bowl. You just got another outer bowl. You just got an inner bowl. Dude, that was one of the best fucking. That would have been sick if I beat you on that. That would have been the closest that you could come. Aside from losing in a playoff. Dude, you're playing with a motherfucker. Shoot. Oh no. How is that a plus? No, that's a weird thing. I don't know if you can. We've never got like a one. I think the best I've ever seen is maybe like, I think you got a four once or something. Is darts your favorite game on here? No? No way. That game sucks. I don't know. I mean, I played you. It's just like Pokemon, isn't it? I didn't even know. Oh yeah, yeah. Let's play that. No, Match Monsters. What? No way. No way you get that right. Dude, what the fuck, man? Dude, playing like a baller. All right, Match Monster time. I beat you at this one. Like the only time I ever played, maybe after your place, but not much more than that. It's my favorite game. All right, stage is gonna be random. Monster pick is gonna be fuck, fuck draft pick. It'll just be all pick. I don't know what that means, but we're just gonna do all pick. Even though we know what it means. Okay, my monsters. Select two monsters. I don't really know what these are. I guess this one and this one. It's really about who can play Tetris better. Yo, dude, remember that time I was talking and you cut me off? What do you say, big guy? You do. How do you safely get a pass? Um, well, you can go to the beach, but it's a lot of work and you got parking and everything. And then when you get there, it may not be sunny. I mean, generally in Southern California, it's sunny a lot, but you get cloud cover, it happens. Or there's this thing called June gloom, May gray, um, just like darkness in the morning, like at the morning fog. So I would go to a place called Sun Club, which is in super hot water. And there are ways to do it, and if you're gonna do it, um, my advice to you, like major advice, is wear eye protection. I have cataracts, really bad cataracts, because I'm not wear eye protection, and I think it had to do with that. It could also do with other things, like rubbing up and stuff, but um, I just always figured like, oh, when I'm older, whatever, the cataracts will be. And it's easier said than done. So um, if you're gonna go, make sure to wear eye protection. I would do it because of vitamin D. Well, I mean, at least here the sun shines, but it's not that hot, so I would just tan at the gym. Also had tanning beds, so the gym that I would go to, and it was included in my program. They had three things that I really liked. They had uh, tanning beds. Oh, they're illegal there. You can't even have a tanning bed in your house. Oh, but they don't have like tanning centers. Um, I would I would do it because it was really like I had acne, and it would just get rid of my acne like instantly, and especially on my back, and because it's like a high amount of vitamin D in your system, and so that's why I would do it. I wouldn't necessarily do it to look darker, but I would do it primarily because it would dry my skin out and give me vitamin D and just really get rid of acne. Um, they had three things at this gym, the most recent gym I've been. They had tanning, three or four, three things. They had tanning, well, four things. They had tanning. They had massage chairs. They had aqua massage. Have you ever used aqua massage? Yes or no? Do you know what an aqua massage bed is? Okay, so imagine like a water bed. Do you know what a water bed is? Okay, so imagine a water bed that has jets inside that massage you, and it's amazing. I I considered even buying an aqua massage machine. They're just big, and it's just not something really for like if I had like a house over there. And okay, so the aqua massage machine like goes back and forth in your body, and you can like target it. There's like a screen, and you can target it where you want the jets to massage you. So like if it's in your calf, or your butt, or your back, or your neck, or whatever, or you can just have it like go back and forth, and it's amazing. I could fall asleep in that bed. It's just like a constant massage of water, but you're completely dry. It's just like taking place inside the water bed. So they had that. The massage chairs are really great, and then they had light therapy, which come on, we're just fucking. Um, and the light therapy was, dude, where is there fucking go? No, I mean generally not. Generally not. That's not how they think. Out east, it's more that way. Um, but no, everybody's doing their own thing. Yeah, everybody's doing their own thing, got cell phones now, so like people are just focused on their phone. I mean, I'm not saying that they won't, but it's weird. Um, like I would say I get stopped for random conversations more than others when I am dressed up because I'm a rabbi and I look like a rabbi, and people come up to me and ask me questions, which is absolutely fine and understandable. But I would say that's pretty rare for just random strangers to come up to you. I'm sure it happens with hot chicks too, um, but that's kind of a different deal. Whereas to say um, I've been out east, and there are some states where people are just more pardon me, sociable. They're they're just like, wow, that is -25. That was really good. I never stuck. Um, and it depends where you are as well. If you are like, where would I get randomly? I get like randomly approached in like parking lots and the street and stuff. If you're on the beach, people just want to be by themselves. They don't really. I mean, it depends who you are. If you're a girl, especially in LA, you think every guy is hitting on you, which many times they are. So that's like an understandable reaction. Um, I mean, I don't know. I'm not like in that many places where people would just randomly make conversation. Like, I mean, like I've had cars and things, so I don't make like it's not like I'm on the bus or on a train or something where it's just whatever. But where you do okay, so like where you will get people making more conversation is like I would just say like at Disneyland. Um, yeah, I'm one. The reason why I say that is I don't know. It's because you get a lot of people from like all around the United States, all around the world, and they make conversation like, "Oh, hey, where are you from? What are you doing?" All of that kind of stuff. But people who are here, it's not like that. Like, okay, here's one. I would go to there's this coffee. This it was kosher. It's no longer kosher. It got bought, but they're it's like the second biggest chain of coffee shops in the United States. It's known as Coffee Bean and TV. And up until I can tell you the date, it was June 23rd, 2020. I want to say it was kosher. So I could go in there and get a really nice sandwich, um, a latte, and I loved it. And it was wonderful food. And I would go there like 3 or 4 times a week at least, more than that, sometimes like 5 times. And I can tell you that I would sit in there sometimes and just be on my phone. At no time did anybody ever come to talk to me. And I didn't want them to. It would have been awkward if they did. It's awkward in today's day and age for random strangers to just come up to you and start talking because you always think that it's a scam or that. I mean, in LA, you're asked so often for money that it's like, don't talk to me. Just like any random person on the street, just don't talk to me. I don't want to talk with you because you're just going to ask me for money. And um, it can be dangerous. I mean, just, I don't know you or whatever. Now, like, I've been, like, New York City, it's that way too. Like, everybody's just in their own world on, like, in Manhattan. Everybody's just doing their own thing. And it's weird. If you stop somebody on the street to talk, it's weird. So I would say, kind of as a general rule of thumb in the United more populated an area is, the less social, people are. When I've been to like other cities in the United States, and Sue, are you gonna accept? Well, okay. I've been to other places in the United States, and people are much more social. And I would say it changed too with the advent of um, the cell phone, because people used to not have anything to do, so they would just randomly talk to people on the street. But now with the cell phone, everybody's just got their heads down, they're doing their own thing. Is it the same way in Australia? Yeah. I mean, I think that's probably pretty good. Dude, are you gonna accept or no? Dude, are you gonna accept or no? It's cool because I've got to use the restroom. I'm still ready to play, so I'll be back. But just accept my invitation, dude. Or do you need a break? Do you need like a 5 minute break? All right, 5 minute break. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Pure quantum information and search over learned representations of it. Now you can learn compressed representations that may have some useful information in their latent representation. And I think that many of the problems facing our civilization are actually beyond this complexity barrier. Right? I mean, the greenhouse effect is a quantum mechanical effect, and chemistry is quantum mechanical. Nuclear physics is quantum mechanical. A lot of biology and protein folding and so on is affected by quantum mechanics. And so unlocking the ability to augment human intellect with quantum mechanical computers and quantum mechanical AI seemed to me like a fundamental capability for civilization that we needed to develop. So I spent several years doing that. But over time, I kind of grew weary of the timelines that were starting to look like nuclear fusion.
One high-level question I could ask is, maybe by way of definition, by way of explanation, what is a quantum computer? What is quantum machine learning?
So a quantum computer really is a quantum mechanical system over which we have sufficient control and can maintain its quantum mechanical state. Quantum mechanics is how nature behaves at the very small scales, when things are very small or very cold. And it's actually more fundamental than probability. So we're used to things being this or that, but we're not used to thinking in superpositions because our brains can't do that. So we have to translate the quantum mechanical world to, say, linear algebra, to rocket. Unfortunately, that translation is exponentially inefficient on average. You have to represent things with very large matrices. But really, you can make a quantum computer out of many things, right? We've seen all sorts of players, from neutral atoms, trapped ions, superconducting metal, photons at different frequencies. I think you can make a quantum computer out of many things. But to me, the thing that was really interesting was both quantum machine learning was about understanding the quantum mechanical world with quantum computers, so embedding the physical world into the AI representations. And quantum computer engineering was embedding AI algorithms into the physical world. So this bidirectionality of embedding physical world into the AI into the physical world, the symbiosis between physics and AI, really that's the sort of core of my quest, really, even to this day, after quantum computing. It's still in this sort of journey to merge, really, physics and AI fundamentally.
The quantum machine learning is a way to do machine learning on a representation of nature that is, stays true to the quantum mechanical aspect of nature.
Yeah, it's learning quantum mechanical representations. That would be quantum deep learning. Alternatively, you can try to do classical machine learning on a quantum computer. I wouldn't advise it because you may have some speedups, but very often the speedups come with huge costs. Using a quantum computer is very expensive. Why is that? Because you assume the computer is operating at zero temperature, which no physical system in the universe can achieve that temperature. So what you have to do is what I've been mentioning, is quantum error correction process, which is really an algorithmic fridge, right? It's trying to pump entropy out of the system, trying to get it closer to zero temperature. And when you do the calculations of how many resources it would take to, say, do deep learning on a quantum computer, classical deep learning, there's such a huge overhead. It's not worth it. It's like thinking about shipping something across the city using a rocket and going up orbit and back. It doesn't make sense. Just use a delivery truck.
What kind of stuff can you figure out, can you predict, can you understand with quantum deep learning that you can't with deep learning? So incorporating quantum mechanical systems into the learning process.
I think that's a great question. I mean, fundamentally, it's any system that has sufficient quantum mechanical correlations that are very hard to capture for classical representations, then there should be an advantage for a quantum mechanical representation over a purely classical one. The question is, which systems have sufficient correlations that are very quantum, but is also which systems are still relevant to industry? That's a big question. People are leaning towards chemistry and nuclear physics. I've worked on actually processing inputs from quantum sensors. Right? If you have a network of quantum sensors, they've captured a quantum mechanical image of the world, and how to post-process that becomes a sort of quantum form of machine perception. And so, for example, Fermilab has a project exploring detecting dark matter with these quantum sensors. And to me, that's in alignment with my quest to understand the universe since I was a child. So someday I hope that we can have very large networks of quantum sensors that help us peer into the earliest parts of the universe, right? For example, the LIGO is a quantum sensor, right? It's just a very large one. I would say quantum machine perception simulations, right? Rocking quantum simulations, similar to AlphaFold, right? AlphaFold understood the probability distribution over configurations of proteins. You can understand quantum distributions over configurations of electrons more efficiently with quantum machine learning.
You co-authored a paper titled "A Universal Training Algorithm for Quantum Deep Learning" that involves backprop of the cube. Very well done, sir. Very well done. How does it work? Is there some interesting aspects you could just mention on how kind of backprop or some of these things for classical machine learning transfer over to the quantum machine learning?
Yeah, that was a funky paper. That was one of my first papers in quantum deep learning. Everybody was saying, "Oh, I think deep learning is going to be sped up by quantum computers." And I was like, "Well, the best way to predict the future is to invent it." So here's a 100-page paper. But essentially, quantum computing is usually you embed reversible operations into a quantum computation. And so the trick there was to do feed-forward operation and do what we call a phase kick, but really it's just a force kick. You just kick the system with a certain force that is proportional to your loss function that you wish to optimize. And then by performing uncomputation, you start with the superpositions over of parameters. Now you don't have just a point for parameters, you have a superposition over many parameters. And our goal is to do
phase kicks somehow.
Right, so just because phase kicks emulate in the lost landscape of the neural network, right? So you do an algorithm to induce the space kick, which involves the feed forward and kick. And then when you uncompute the feed forward, then all the errors, these space kicks and these forces back propagate and hit each one of the frames resolutions. And if you alternate this with an emulation of kinetic energy, then it's kind of like a particle moving in dimensions, quantum particle. The advantage in principle would be that it can tunnel through the landscape and find some optima that would have been difficult for stochastic optimizers. But again, this is kind of a theoretical thing, and in practice, with at least the current architectures for quantum computers that we have planned, such algorithms would be extremely expensive.
So maybe this is a good place to ask the difference between the different fields that you've had at home and mathematics, physics, engineering, and also entrepreneurship. The different layers of the stack. I think a lot of the stuff you're talking about here is a little bit on the math side, physics, some of working theory. What's the difference between math, physics, and making a product out of quantum computing?
Yeah, I mean, from the original team for the TensorFlow Quantum project started in school at the University of Waterloo. There was myself. Initially, I was a physicist, a mathematician, we had a computer scientist, we had a mechanical engineer, a physicist, experimental primarily. And so putting together teams that are very cross-disciplinary and figuring out how to communicate and share knowledge is really the key to doing this sort of interdisciplinary engineering work. I mean, there is a big difference. In mathematics, you can explore mathematics for mathematics' sake. In physics, you're applying mathematics to understand the world around us. And in engineering, you're trying to hack the world. And you're trying to find how to apply the physics that I know, the knowledge of the world, to do things.
Well, in quantum computing in particular, I think there's a lot of limits to engineering. You just have to be extremely hard. Yeah. So there's a lot of value to be exploring quantum computing, quantum machine learning in theory. So I guess one question is, why is it so hard to get quantum computing? What's your view of that?
Right. I think that an overall theme of my company is that we have folks that are there's a sort of exodus from quantum computing. We're going to broader physics-based AI that is not quantum, but gives you a hint. And
but we should say that maybe a company
physics-based AI, primarily based on thermodynamics rather than quantum mechanics. But essentially, quantum computing is very difficult to build because you have to induce this sort of zero temperature subspace of information. And the way to do that is by encoding information. You encode a code within a code within a code within a code. And so there's a lot of redundancy needed to do this error correction. But ultimately, it's a sort of algorithmic refrigerator, just pumping out energy out of the subsystem that's virtual and delocalized that represents your quote-unquote logical qubits, aka the payload quantum bits, which you actually want to run your quantum mechanics. It's very difficult because in order to scale up your quantum computer, you need each component to be of sufficient quality for it to be worth it. Because if you try to do this error correction, this quantum error correction process in each quantum bit in your controller, it's insufficient. It's not worth scaling up. You're actually adding more errors to it. So there's this notion of a threshold where your quantum bits are of sufficient quality. Control over them, it's actually worth scaling up. And actually, in recent years, people have been crossing the threshold and it's starting to sort of. So it's just a very long slog of engineering, but ultimately, it's really crazy to me how much exquisite level of control we have over these systems. It's actually quite crazy. And people are crossing and they're achieving milestones. It's just, in general, we get ahead with where technology is. There's been too much hype. It's good for fundraising, but sometimes it causes winters, right? It's the hype cycle. I'm bullish on quantum computing, 10, 15-year time scale, personally, but I think there's other quests that can be done in the meantime. I think it's in good hands right now.
Well, let me just explore different beautiful ideas, large or small, in quantum computing that might jump out at you from memory. So you co-authored a paper titled Asymptotic and Limitless Quantum Energy Teleportation via Q-tip probes. This is just out of curiosity. Can you explain what a Q-tip is? Q-tip?
Yeah, there's a D-state qubit,
Multi-dimensional.
right? So it's like, can you have the notion of like an integer floating point that is quantum mechanical? Let's kind of think about. I think that research was a precursor to later work on quantum analog digital conversion. There was interesting because during the masters, I was trying to understand the energy and entanglement of the vacuum, right? Of emptiness. Emptiness has energy, which is very weird to say. And our equations of cosmology don't match our calculations for the amount of quantum energy there is in the fluctuations. And so I was trying to hack the energy of the vacuum, right? And the reality is that you can't just directly hack it. It's not technically free energy. The lack of knowledge of the fluctuation streams you can extract the energy. But just like the stock market, you have stock correlated over time, the vacuum is actually correlated. So if you measured the vacuum at one point, you acquired information. If you communicated that information to another point, you can infer what configuration the vacuum is in to some precision and statistically extract on average some energy, quote unquote teleported energy. To me, that was interesting because you could create pockets of negative energy density, which is energy density that's below the vacuum, which is very weird because we don't understand how the vacuum gravitates. And there are theories where the vacuum or the canvas of space-time itself is really a canvas made out of quantum entanglement. And I was studying how decreasing energy in the vacuum locally increases quantum entanglement, which is very funky. And so the thing there is that, if you're into, weird theories about great foods, you try to imagine that they're around and how would they propel themselves, right? How would they go faster than the speed of light? You would need a sort of negative energy density. And to me, I gave it the old college try, trying to hack the energy of the vacuum and hit the limits allowable by the laws of physics. But there's all sorts of caveats there where you can't extract more than you put in, obviously.
But you're saying it's possible to teleport the energy because you can extract information in one place and then make, based on that, some kind of prediction about another place. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, it's allowable by the laws of physics. The reality, though, is that the correlations decay with distance, and so you're going to have to pay the price not too far away from when you extract it.
And the precision decreases. But still, since you mentioned UAPs, we talked about intelligence, and I forgot to ask. What's your view on the other possible intelligence that are out there at the meso scale? Do you think there's other intelligent alien civilizations that are useful to think about?
I think it's useful to think about. It's useful to think about because you gotta ensure we're anti-fragile and we're trying to increase our capabilities as fast as possible because we could get disrupted. Like there's no laws of physics against there being life elsewhere that can evolve and become an advanced civilization and eventually come to us. Do I think they're here now? I'm not sure. I mean, I've read what most people have read on the topic. I think it's interesting to consider, and to me, it's a useful thought experiment. It's still a sense of urgency in developing technologies and increasing our capabilities to make sure we don't get disrupted, right? Whether it's a form of AI that disrupts us or a foreign intelligence from a different planet, either way, like increasing our capabilities, becoming formidable as humans, I think that's really important so that we're robust against whatever the universe throws at us.
But to me, it's definitely an interesting challenge and thought experiment on how to perceive intelligence, assessed through quantum mechanical system, assessed through with any kind of system that's not like humans. So, to me, thought experiment is say the aliens aren't here or they are directly observable or just too blind. Thoughts that don't have the right senses, but don't have the right processing of the sense of data to see the obvious intelligence that's all around us.
Well, that's why we work on quantum sensors, right? They can sense gravity.
Right, but there could be stuff. So that's a good one. But there could be other stuff that's not even in the currently known forces of physics. Right? There could be some other stuff. And the most entertaining thought experiment to me is that it's other stuff that's obvious. It's not like we don't lack the sensors. It's all around us. You know, the consciousness being one possible. There could be stuff that's just like obvious. But once you know it, it's like, oh, right. That's the thing we thought somehow emerging from the laws of physics. We understand that it's actually a fundamental part of the universe and can be incorporated into things. Most interesting.
Statistically speaking, right, if we observe some sort of alien life, it would most likely be some sort of virally self-replicating fauna-like protein system, right? And it's possible that there are such systems that I know what they're doing at the bottom of the ocean, allegedly, but maybe they're collecting minerals from the bottom of the ocean. But that wouldn't violate any of my priors. But am I certain that these systems are here? And it'd be difficult for me to say so, right? I only have secondhand information about there being data
At the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, but could it be things like needs? Could it be thoughts and ideas? Could they be operating in that medium? Could aliens be the very thoughts that come to my head? Like, how do you know that what's the origin of ideas in your mind? What idea comes to your head? Show me where it originates.
I mean, frankly, when I had the idea for the type of computer I'm building now, I think it was 8 years ago now, it really felt like it was being beaten from space. I was in bed just shaking, just thinking it through. I don't know. But do I believe that legitimately? I don't think so. But it's, I think that alien life could take many forms, and I think the notion of intelligence and the notion of life need to be expanded much more broadly to be less anthropocentric or biocentric.
Just as in a little longer on quantum mechanics. What's through all your explorations of quantum computing, what's the coolest, most beautiful idea you've come across that has been solved yet? It's not yet been solved.
I think the journey to understand something called ADS-CFT, so the journey to understand quantum gravity through this picture where a hologram of lesser dimension is actually dual or exactly corresponding to a bulk theory of quantum gravity as an extra dimension. And the fact that this sort of duality comes from trying to learn deep learning like representations of the boundary. And so, as part of my journey someday, on the bucket list is to apply quantum machine learning to these sorts of systems, these CFDs, or they're called SYK models, and learn an emergent geometry from the boundary. So we can have a form of machine learning help us understand quantum gravity, which is still a holy grail that I would like to hit before I leave this earth.
What do you think is going on with black holes? Is information storing and processing units going on?
Black holes are really fascinating objects. They're at the interface between quantum mechanics and gravity, and so they help us test all sorts of ideas. I think that for many decades now, there's been sort of this black hole information paradox that things that fall into the black hole seem to have lost their information. Now I think there's this firewall paradox that has been allegedly resolved in recent years by a former peer of mine, now professor at Berkeley. And there, it seems like there's, as information falls into the black hole, there's sort of a sedimentation, right? As you get closer and closer to the horizon, from the point of view of the observer on the outside, the object slows down infinitely as you get closer and closer. And so everything that is falling into the black hole from our perspective gets sort of sedimented and tacked on to the near horizon. And at some point it gets so close to the horizon, it's the proximities or the scale which quantum effects and quantum fluctuations matter. That infalling matter could interfere with sort of the traditional pictures. It could interfere with the creation and annihilation of particles and antiparticles in the vacuum. And through this interference, one of the particles gets entangled with the infalling information, and one of them is now free and escapes. And that's how there's sort of mutual information between the outgoing radiation and the infalling matter. But getting that calculation right, I think we're only just starting to put the pieces together.
There's a few pothead questions I want to ask.
Sure.
The one, does it terrify you that there's a giant black hole at the center of our galaxy?
I don't know. I just want to, set up shop near it to fast forward, meet future civilization. And, you have a limited lifetime. If you can go orbit a black hole and emerge.
So if you were if there was a special mission that could take you to a black hole, would you want to hear it about?
No, obviously not.
That's obvious. So it's obvious that everything is destroyed inside a black hole. Like all the information that makes up beyond is destroyed. Maybe on the other side, but Jesus. It's all it's tied together in some deeply meaningful way.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. We have to answer what black holes are. Are we punching a hole through space-time and creating a pocket universe? Possible, right? Then that would mean that if we ascend the Kardashev scale to beyond Kardashev type 3, we could engineer black holes with specific hyperparameters to transmit information to new universes we create, so we can have progeny, right? That are new universes. And so even though our universe may reach a deep depth, we may have a way to have a legacy, right? So we don't know yet. We need to ascend the Kardashev scale to answer these questions, right? To peer into that regime of higher energy physics.
And maybe you can speak to the Kardashev scale for people who don't know. But one of the sort of meme-like principles and goals of the EAC movement is this under the Kardashev scale. What is the Kardashev scale? And one do we want us to do?
The Kardashev scale is a measure of our energy production and consumption. And really, it's a logarithmic scale. And Kardashev type 1 is a milestone where we are producing the equivalent wattage to all the energy that is incident on Earth and the Sun. Kardashev type 2 would be harnessing all the energy that is output by the Sun. And I think type 3 is like the whole galaxy. Yeah. And then some people have some crazy type 4 and 5, but I don't know if I believe in those. But to me, it seems like the first principles of thermodynamics that, again, there's this concept of thermodynamic, driven, dissipative adaptation, where life evolved on Earth because we have this energetic drive from the sun, where we have incident energy, and life evolved on Earth to figure out ways to best capture that free energy to maintain itself and grow. And I think that principle is not special to our Earth-Sun system. We can extend life well beyond, and we kind of have a responsibility to do so because that's the process that brought us here. So we don't even know what it has in store for us in the future. It could be something of beauty we can't even imagine today.
So this is probably a good place to talk about the EAC movement. In a Substack blog post titled "What the fuck is EAC?" or actually what the F star is EAC, you write, strategically speaking, we need to work towards several overarching civilization goals that are all interdependent. The four goals are increase the amount of energy we can harness as a species, climb the Kardashev gradient. In the short term, this almost certainly means nuclear fission. Increase human flourishing via pro-population growth policies and pro-economic growth policies. Create artificial general intelligence, the single greatest force multiplier in human history. Finally, develop interplanetary and interstellar transport so that humanity can spread beyond the Earth. Can you build on top of that and maybe say, what to you is the EAC movement? What are the goals? What are the principles?
The goal is for the human techno-capital humatic machine to become self-aware and to hypersticiously engineer its own growth. So let's define each of those. So you have humans, you have technology, you have capital, and you have means, information, right? And all of those systems are coupled with one another, right? Humans work at companies, they acquire and allocate capital, and humans communicate by means and information propagation. And our goal was to have a sort of viral, optimistic movement that is aware of how the system works fundamentally. It seeks to grow, and we simply want to lean into the natural tendencies of the system to adapt for its own growth.
So in that way, right, EAC is literally a mimetic optimism virus that is constantly drifting and mutating and propagating in a decentralized fashion. So mimetic optimism virus. So you want it to be a virus to maximize the spread. And it's hyperstitious, therefore, as the optimism growth incentivize its growth.
We see EAC as a sort of meta-heuristic, a sort of very thin cultural framework from which you can have much more opinionated voice. Fundamentally, we just say that it's good. What got us here is this adaptation of the whole system, based on thermodynamics, and that process is good. We should keep it going. Right? That is the core thesis. Everything else is okay. How do we ensure that we maintain this malleability and adaptability? Well, clearly not suppressing variance and maintaining free speech, freedom of thought, freedom of information propagation, and freedom to do AI research is important for us to converge the fastest on the space of technologies, ideas, and whatnot that lead to this growth. And so ultimately, there's been quite a few forks. Some are just memes, but some are more serious. Right? Vitalik even recently made a DIAC fork. It has its own sort of fine-tunings of EAC.
Does anything jump out the memory of the unique characteristic of that for Vitalik?
I would say that it's trying to find a middle ground between EAC and sort of EA and EI safety. To me, like having a movement that is opposite to what was the mainstream narrative that was taking over Silicon Valley was important to sort of shift the dynamic range of opinions. It's like the balance between centralization and decentralization. The real outcome is always similar. Right? But for EAC, we're pushing entropy, novelty, disruption, malleability, speed, rather than being like sort of conservative, suppressing thought, suppressing speech, adding constraints, adding too many regulations, slowing things down. And so it's kind of, we're trying to bring balance to the force, right? The systems,
balance to the force.
it's literally the force of constraints versus the entropic force that makes us explore, right? Systems are optimal when at the edge of criticality between order and chaos, right? Between constraints, energy minimization, and entropy. Right? Systems want to equilibrate, balance these two things. And so I thought that the balance was lacking. And so we created this movement to bring balance.
Well, I like how I like the sort of visual of the landscape of ideas evolving through forks. So kind of thinking on the other part of history, thinking of Marxism was the original repository, and then Soviet communism was a fork of that, and then the Maoism was the fork of Marxism and communism. And so those are all forks. They're exploring different ideas.
Thinking of culture almost like code, right? Nowadays, I mean, what you prompt the LM or what you put in the constitution of an LM is basically its cultural framework, what it believes, right? And you can share it on GitHub nowadays. So trying to take inspiration from what has worked in the sort of machine of software to adapt over the space of code. Can we apply that to culture? And our goal is to not say you should live your life this way, X, Y, Z. Is to set up a process where people are always searching over subcultures and competing for mindshare. And I think creating this malleability of culture is super important for us to converge on the cultures and the heuristics about how to live one's life that are updated to modern times, because there's really been a sort of vacuum of spirituality and culture. People don't feel like they belong to any one group. And there's been parasitic ideologies that have taken up opportunity to populate this petri dish of minds, right? Elon calls it the mind virus. We call it the D-cell mind virus complex, which is a accelerative that is kind of the overall pattern between all of them. There's many variants as well. And so, there's a sort of viral pessimism, decelerative movement. We needed to have not only one movement, but many variants. So it's very hard to pinpoint and stop.
But the overarching thing is nevertheless a kind of mimetic optimism pandemic. So, okay, let me ask you, do you think EAC is something reasonable? I think a lot of progress was made when the independent thought. So if individuals are able to think freely, and very powerful mimetic systems can kind of lead to there's something in human nature that leads to like mass hypnosis, mass hysteria, where we start to think alike whenever there's a sexy idea that captures our minds. So it's actually hard to like break us apart, pull us apart, diversify thought. To that degree, to which degree degrees everybody kind of chanting "eak, eak" like the sheep in Animal Farm?
Well, first of all, it's fun. It's rebellious. Like many. I think we lean into. There's this concept of sort of meta irony, right? Of sort of being on the boundary of like we're not sure if they're serious or not, and it's much more playful, much more fun, right? Like for example, we talked about thermodynamics being our gods, right? Um, and sometimes we do cult-like things, but there's no like ceremony and robes and whatnot. Yeah. But ultimately, yeah. I mean, I totally agree that it seems to me that humans want to feel like they're part of a group, so they naturally try to agree with their neighbors and find common ground, and that leads to sort of mode collapse in the space of ideas. Right? We used to have sort of one cultural island that was allowed. It was a typical subspace of thought. Anything that was diverting from that subspace of thought was suppressed and canceled. Now we've created a new mode. The whole point is that we're not trying to have a very restricted space of thought. There's not just one way to think about the act, there's many forks. And the point is that there are many forks, and there can be many clusters and many islands. And I shouldn't be in control of it in any way. I mean, there's no formal org whatsoever. I just put out tweets and certain blog posts, and people are free to defect and fork if there's an aspect they don't like. And so that makes it so that there should be a sort of deterritorialization in the space of ideas, so that we don't end up in one cluster that's very cult-like. And so cults usually they don't allow people to defect or start competing for it, whereas we encourage it. Right?
Do you think just the humor, the pros and cons of humor and memes, in some sense, there's like a wisdom to memes. Of course, like the Magic Theater, Steppenwolf, I think. But there's a kind of embracing of the absurdity that seems to get to the truth of things. But at the same time, it can also decrease the quality and the rigor of the discourse. You feel the tension of that?
Yeah. So initially, I think what allowed us to grow under the radar was because it was camouflage and sort of meta-ironic, right? We would sneak in, deep truths within a package of humor and memes and what are called shitposts, right? And I think that was purposefully sort of camouflage against those that seek status and do not want to. It's very hard to argue with a cartoon frog or a cartoon of an intergalactic Jeff Bezos and take yourself seriously. And so that allowed us to grow pretty rapidly in the early days. But of course, like that's essentially people. It's their notion of the truth comes from the data they see, from the information they're fed, and the information people are fed is determined by algorithms, right? And really, what we've been doing is sort of engineering what we call high mimetic fitness packets of information so that they can spread effectively and carry a message, right? So it's kind of a vector to spread the message. And yes, we've been using sort of techniques that are optimal for today's algorithmically amplified information landscapes. But I think we're reaching the point of scale where we can have serious debates and serious conversations, and that's why we're considering doing a bunch of debates and having more serious long form discussions, because I don't think that the timeline is optimal for sort of very serious, thoughtful discussions. You get rewarded for sort of polarization, right? And so even though we started a movement that is literally trying to polarize the tech ecosystem, at the end of the day, it's so that we can have a conversation and find an optimum together.
I mean, that's kind of what I try to do with this podcast, given the landscape of things, to still have long-form conversations. But there is a degree to which absurdity is really embraced. In fact, this very conversation is multi level absurd. So, first of all, I should say that I just very recently I had a conversation with Jeff Bezos, and I would love to hear your Jeff Bezos opinion of Jeff Bezos. Speaking of integral members, Jeff Bezos, what do you think of that particular individual? Whom your name is inspired?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jeff is really great. I mean, he's built one of the most epic companies of all time. He's leveraged the techno capital machine and techno capital acceleration to give us what we wanted, right? We want quick delivery, very convenient, at home, low prices, right? He understood how the machine worked and how to harness it, right? Like running the company, not draining profits too early, cutting it back, but letting the system compound and keep improving. And arguably, I think Amazon's invested some of the most amount of capital in robotics out there, and certainly with the birth of the AWS kind of enabled the sort of tech boom we've seen today that has paid the salaries of, I guess, myself and all of our friends to some extent. And so I think we can all be grateful to Jeff, and he's one of the great entrepreneurs out there, the best of all time, unarguably.
And of course, the work at Blue Origin, to the work at SpaceX, is trying to make humans a multiplanetary species, which it seems almost like a bigger thing than the capitalist machine. Or it's a capitalist machine at a different time scale, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that companies, they tend to optimize quarter over quarter, maybe a few years out, but individuals that want to leave a legacy can think on a multi-decadal, multi-century timescale. And so the fact that some individuals are such good capital allocators that they unlock the ability to allocate capital to goals that take us much further, or much further looking. Elon's doing this with SpaceX, putting all his capital towards getting us to Mars. Jeff is trying to build Blue Origin, and he wants to build cylinders and get industry off planet, which I think is brilliant. I think, just overall, I'm for billionaires. This is controversial statement sometimes, but I think that, in a sense, it's kind of a proof of stake voting, right? Like, if you allocate capital efficiently, you unlock more capital to allocate, just because clearly you know how to allocate capital more efficiently, which is in contrast to politicians that get elected because they speak the best on TV, right? Not because they have a proven track record of allocating taxpayer capital most efficiently. And so that's why I'm for capitalism over, say, giving all of our money to government, letting them figure out how to allocate it. So,
what do you think is a viral and popular meme to criticize billionaires, to mention billionaires? Why do you think there's quite a widespread criticism of people with wealth, especially those in the public eye, like Jeff, Elon, Mark Zuckerberg, who else? Gates.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would, instead of trying to understand how the capital machine works and realizing they have much more agency than they think, they'd rather have the sort of victim mindset. I'm just subjected to this machine. It is oppressing me. And the successful players clearly must be evil because they've been successful at this game that I'm not successful at.
How you living, kid? What's in your neck of the woods?
Well, I was just going to ask you a question.
Hit me with the big man.
$2 on Rothschilds.
Okay. Pretty positive. Yeah. 3,000 of the United States. We're done.
Good shit work.
How'd you find out about it? Yeah, we do. Yeah, there you go. Excellent. Wonderful. I'm glad that you found out about it. World peace. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. It's like a real life Truman Show or real life Big Brother. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Alright, well, it's basically like just pure content, and I give people a quarter of my life. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to Economist Magazine, and that might make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I will help other brothers help me along the way. That's cool. I appreciate your guidance, your advice, and take it to heart. Peace, buddy.
I've managed to get some people that were in that mindset and make them realize how the techno-capital machine works and how you can harness it for your own good and for the good of others by creating value. You capture some of the value created for the world. And that sort of positive self mindset shift is so potent. And really, that's what we're trying to do by scaling EAC, is sort of unlocking that higher level of agency. Like actually, you're far more in control of the future than you think. You have agency to change the world. Go out and do it. Yep. Here's permission.
Each individual has agency. The motto is building self-government. What does that mean to you? And what does that have to do with that code? Oh, by the way, thank you so much for the this working really well. Feeling pretty good.
Awesome. Well, so building it doesn't have to be technology. Just building in general means having agency, trying to change the world by creating, let's say, a company which is a self-sustaining organism that accomplishes a function in the broader techno-capital machine. To us, that's the way to achieve change in the world that you'd like to see, rather than, say, pressuring politicians or creating nonprofits once they run out of money, their function can no longer be accomplished. You're kind of deforming the market artificially compared to sort of subverting or coercing the market or dancing with the market to convince it that actually this function is important, adds value, and here it is, right? And so I think this is sort of the way between the sort of degrowth, like ESG approach versus, say, Elon, right? The degrowth approach is like, we're going to manage our way out of the climate crisis. And Elon is like, I'm going to build a company that is self-sustaining, will run, and we're going to innovate our way out of this dilemma, right? And we're trying to get people to do the latter rather than the former at all scales.
Elon is an interesting case. So you are a proponent, you celebrate Elon, but he's also somebody who has, for a long time, the potential dangerous, existential risks for artificial intelligence. How do you square the two? Is that a contradiction?
It is somewhat, because he's very much against regulation in many aspects, but for AI, he's definitely a proponent of regulations. I think overall, he saw the dangers of, say, OpenAI, cornering the market and then getting to have the monopoly over the cultural priors that you can embed in these LLMs that then, as LLMs now become the source of truth for people, then you can shape the culture of the people. So you can control people by controlling LLMs. And we saw that, just like it was the case for social media, if you shape the function of information propagation, you can shape people's opinions. He sought to make it competitive. So at least, I think we're very aligned there. That the way to good future is to maintain sort of adversarial equilibrium between the various AI players. I'd love to talk to him to understand sort of his thinking about to make, how to advance AI going forward. I mean, he's also hedging his bets, I would say, with Neuralink, right? I think if he can't stop the progress of AI, he's building the technology to merge. So, look at the actions, not just the words. But
well, I mean, there's some degree where being concerned, maybe using psychology, being concerned about threats all around us is a motivator. Because it's an encouraging thing. I operate much better when there's a deadline. The fear of the deadline. Like, and I, for myself, create artificial things. Like, I want to create myself this kind of anxiety so something really horrible will happen if I miss the deadline. I think there's some degree of that here because creating AI that's aligned with humans has a lot of potential benefits. So a different way to reframe that is, if you don't, we're all going to die. It just seems to be a very powerful psychological formulation of the goal of creating human-aligned AI.
I think that anxiety is good. I think, like I said, I want the free market to create aligned AIs that are reliable. And I think that's what he's trying to do with XAI. So I'm all for it. What I am against is sort of stopping, let's say, the open source ecosystem from thriving, right? By, let's say, in the executive order, claiming that open source LLMs or dual use technologies should be government controlled. Then everybody needs to register their GPU and their big matrices with the government. And I think that extra friction will dissuade a lot of hackers from contributing, hackers that could later become the researchers that make key discoveries that push us forward, right? Including discoveries for AI safety. And so I think I just want to maintain ubiquity of opportunity to contribute to AI and to own a piece of the future, right? It can't just be legislated behind some wall where only a few players get to play the game.
I mean, so the EAC movement itself is a caricature to mean sort of progress or innovation at all costs. It doesn't matter how unsafe it is, doesn't matter if it causes a lot of damage. Just build cool shit as fast as possible. Stay up all night with the Diet Coke, whatever it takes. And I guess, I don't know if there's a question in there, but how important to you and what you've seen the different formulations of EAC is safety, is AI safety?
I think, again, like there was no one working on that. I think I would be a proponent of it. I think, again, our goal is to sort of bring balance, and obviously a sense of urgency is a useful tool, right, to make progress. It hacks our dopaminergic systems and gives us energy to work late into the night. I think also having a higher purpose you're contributing to, right? At the end of the day, it's like, what am I contributing to? I'm contributing to this beautiful machine so that we can see the stars. That's really inspiring. That's also a sort of neuro hack.
You're saying AI safety is important to you, but right now, the landscape of ideas you see is AI safety as a topic is used more often to gain centralized control. So in that sense, you're resisting it as a proxy for gaining centralized control.
Yeah, I just think we have to be careful because safety is just the perfect cover for sort of centralization of power and covering up eventually corruption. I'm not saying it's corrupted now, but it could be down the line. And really, if you let the argument run, then there's no amount of sort of centralization of control that will be enough to ensure your safety. There's always more 999s of peace safety that you can gain, 99.9999% safe. Maybe you want another 9. Oh, please give us full access to everything you do, full surveillance. And frankly, those that are proponents of AI safety have proposed like having a global panopticon, right, where you have centralized perception of everything going on. And to me, that just opens up the door wide open for a sort of Big Brother 1984-like scenario, and that's not a future I want to live in.
Because we know we have some examples throughout history when they did not lead to a good outcome. You mentioned you founded a company, Extropic, that recently announced a 14.1 million seed round. What's the goal of the company? You're talking about a lot of interesting physics things. So, what do you have to over that you can talk about?
Yeah, I mean, originally we weren't going to announce last week, but I think with the doxing and disclosure, we got our hand forced, so we have to disclose roughly what we're doing. But really, Extropic was born from my dissatisfaction out of my colleagues with the quantum computing roadmap. Right? Quantum computing was sort of the first path to physics-based computing that was trying to commercially scale, and I was working on physics-based AI that runs on these physics-based computers. But ultimately, our greatest enemy was this noise, this pervasive problem of noise that, as I mentioned, you have to constantly pump out the noise out of the system to maintain this pristine environment where quantum mechanics can take effect. And that constraint was just too much, too costly to do that. And so we were wondering, right, as generative AI is sort of eating the world, more and more of the world's computational workloads are focused on generative AI, and how could we use physics to engineer the ultimate physical substrate for generative AI? Right? From first principles physics of information theory, of computation, and ultimately of thermodynamics. Right? And so what we're seeking to build is a physics-based computing system and physics-based AI algorithms that are inspired by out of equilibrium thermodynamics, or harness it directly to do machine learning as a physical process.
So, what does that mean, machine learning as a physical process? Is that hardware, is it software, is it both? Is it trying to do the full stack in some kind of unique way?
Yes, it is full stack. And so for folks that have built differentiable programming into the quantum computing ecosystem with TensorFlow Quantum, one of my co-founders of TensorFlow Quantum is the CTO, Trevor McCourt. We have some of the best quantum computer architects, those that have designed IBM's and AWS's systems. They've left quantum computing to help us build what we call actually a thermodynamic computer.
Thermodynamic computer. Well, actually, before you're at TensorFlow Quantum, what lessons have you learned from TensorFlow Quantum? Maybe you can speak to what it takes to create essentially a software API to a quantum computer.
Right. I mean, that was a challenge to build, to invent, to build, and then to get to run on the real devices.
Can you actually speak to what it is?
Yeah. So TensorFlow Quantum was an attempt at, well, I guess we succeeded at combining deep learning with differentiable classical programming with quantum computing, and turn quantum computing into or have types of programs that are differentiable in quantum computing. And Andre Karpov calls differentiable programming software 2.0. Right? It's like gradient descent is a better programming than you. And the idea was that in the early days of quantum computing, you can only run short quantum programs. And so, which quantum programs should you run? Well, just let gradient descent find those programs instead. And so we built sort of the first infrastructure to not only run differentiable quantum programs, but combine them as part of broader deep learning graphs, incorporating deep neural networks, the ones you know and love, with what are called quantum neural networks. And ultimately, it was a very cross-disciplinary effort. We had to invent all sorts of ways to differentiate, to backpropagate through the graph, every graph. But ultimately, it taught me that the way to program matter, to program physics, is by differentiating through control parameters. If you have parameters that affect the physics of the system, you can can evaluate some loss function, you can optimize the system to accomplish a task, whatever that task may be. And that's a very sort of universal meta framework for how to program physics-based computers.
To try to parameterize everything, make those parameters differential, and optimize.
Yes.
So is there some more practical engineering lessons from TensorFlow Quantum? Just organizationally too, like the humans involved, and how to get to a product by the quick documentation. I don't know, all of these little subtle things that people might not think about.
I think like working across disciplinary boundaries is always a challenge, and you have to be extremely patient teaching one another. Right? I learned a lot of software engineering in the process. My colleagues learned a lot of quantum physics, and some learned machine learning through the process of building this system. And I think if you get some smart people that are passionate and trust each other in a room, you have a small team, and you teach each other your specialties, suddenly you're kind of forming this sort of model soup of expertise, and something special comes out of that. Right? It's like combining genes, but for your knowledge bases, and kind of special products. So I think like even though it's very high friction initially to work in an interdisciplinary team, I think the product at the end of the day is worth it. And so learned a lot trying to bridge the gap there. And I mean, it's still a challenge to this day. You know, we hire folks that have an AI background, folks that have a pure physics background, and somehow we have to make them talk to one another.
Isn't there magic? Is there some science and art to the hiring process, to building a team that can create magic?
Yeah, it's really hard to pinpoint that je ne sais quoi, right?
I didn't know you speak French. It's very nice.
Yeah, I'm actually French Canadian, so
you are doing French.
yeah, I am.
I thought you were just doing that for the credit.
No, I'm truly French Canadian. But yeah, essentially we look for people with very high fluid intelligence that aren't over specialized, because they're going to have to get out of their comfort zone. They're going to have to incorporate concepts that they've never seen before and very quickly get comfortable with them, right? Or learn to work in a team. And so that's sort of what we look for when we hire. We can't hire, people that are just like, optimizing this subsystem for the past 3 or 4 years. We need like really general, sort of broader intelligence and specialty, and people that are open-minded, really, because if you're pioneering a new approach from scratch, there is no textbook, there's no reference, it's just us, and people that are hungry to learn. So we have to teach each other, we have to learn the literature, we have to share knowledge bases, collaborate in order to push the boundary of knowledge further together, right? And so people that are used to just getting prescribed what to do at this stage, at the pioneering stage, that's not necessarily who you want to hire.
So you mentioned with the Strapic, you try to build the physical substrate for generative AI. What's the difference between that and the AGI AI itself? So is it possible that in the halls of your company, AGI will be created, or will AGI just be using this as a substrate?
I think our goal is to both run human-like AI, anthropomorphic AI.
Sorry for use of the term AGI, and I know it's tricky.
We think that the future is actually physics-based AI combined with anthropomorphic AI. So you can imagine I have a sort of world modeling engine through physics-based AI. Physics-based AI is better at representing the world at all scales because it can be quantum mechanical, thermodynamic, deterministic, hybrid representations of the world, just like our world at different scales has different regimes of physics. If you inspire yourself from that in the ways you learn representations of nature, you can have much more accurate representations of nature. So you can have very accurate world models at all scales, right? So you have the world modeling engine, and then you have the sort of anthropomorphic AI that is human-like. So you can have the science, the playground to test your ideas, kind of a synthetic scientist. And the off-step joint system of a physics-based AI and an anthropomorphic AI is the closest thing to a fully general artificial intelligence system.
So you can get closer to truth by grounding the AI to physics,
Right.
but you can also still have a anthropomorphic interface to us humans that like to talk to other humans, like human-like systems. So on that topic, I suppose that is one of the big limitations of current large language models to you, that they're good bullshitters. They're not really grounded to truth necessarily. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah. No, you wouldn't, try to extrapolate the stock market with an LM trained on text from the internet. Right? It's not going to be a very accurate model. It's not going to model its priors or its uncertainties about the world very accurately. Right? So you need a different type of AI to complement sort of this text extrapolation.
You mentioned singularity earlier. How far away are we from a singularity?
I don't know if I believe in a finite time singularity as a single point in time. I think it's going to be asymptotic and sort of a diagonal sort of asymptote. Like, we have the light cone, we have the limits of physics restricting our ability to grow, so obviously can't fully diverge on a finite time. I think my priors are that I think a lot of people on the other side of the aisle think that once we reach human level AI, there's going to be an inflection point and like a boom, like suddenly AI is going to grok how to manipulate matter at the nanoscale, assemble nanobots, and having worked for nearly a decade and applying AI to engineer matter, it's much harder than you think. And in reality, we have samples from both simulation of nature that's very accurate and costly, or nature itself. And that keeps your ability to control the world around us in check. There's a sort of minimal cost computationally and thermodynamically to acquiring information about the world in order to be able to predict and control it. And that keeps things in check.
It's funny you mentioned the other side of the aisle. So in the poll that posted about P2 yesterday, what's the probability of doom? There seems to be a nice division. Two people think it's very likely and very unlikely. I wonder if in the future there'll be the actual Republicans versus Democrats division, blue versus red. It's the doomers versus the echoes.
Yeah. So this movement, is not right wing or left wing fundamentally. It's more like up versus down in terms of the scale of civilization. But it seems to be like there is sort of case of alignment of the existing political parties where those that are for more centralization of power, control, and more regulations are aligning themselves with the doomers, because that sort of instilling fear in people is a great way for them to give up more control, more power. But fundamentally, we're not left versus right. I think we've done polls of people's alignment with any act. I think it's pretty balanced. It's a new fundamental issue of our time. It's not just centralization versus decentralization. It's kind of, do we go? It's like tech progressivism versus technical conservatism. Right?
So as a movement is often formulated in contrast to EA, effective altruism. What do you think are the pros and cons of effective altruism? What's interesting and insightful to you about that? And what is negative?
Right. I think like people trying to do good from first principles is good.
We should actually say, inside control, we should probably say that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but effective altruism is kind of movement that's trying to do good optimally. What good is probably measured something like the amount of suffering in the world. You want to minimize it. And there's ways that can go wrong as any optimization can. interesting to explore, um, like how things can go wrong.
We're both trying to do good to some extent, and we're both trying. We're arguing for which loss function we should use, right? Their loss function is sort of hedons, right? Units of hedonism. Like, like, how good do you feel and for how much time, right? And so suffering would be negative hedons, and I'm trying to minimize that. But to us, that seems like that loss function has sort of spurious minima, right? You can, start minimizing shrimp farm pain, right? Which seems not that productive to me. Um, or you can end up with wire heading, where you just, either install a neural link or you scroll TikTok forever, and you feel good on the short-term time scale because of your neurochemistry, but on a long-term time scale, it causes decay and death, right? Because you're not being productive. Whereas sort of measuring progress of civilization, not in terms of a subjective loss function like hedonism, um, but rather an objective measure or quantity that cannot be gained, that is physical energy, right? It's very objective, right? And there's not many ways to gain it. But if you did it in terms of like GDP or a currency that's pinned to a certain value, that's moving, right? And so that's not a good way to measure progress. And so, but the thing is, we're both trying to make progress and ensure humanity flourishes and gets to grow. We just have different loss functions and different ways of going about doing it.
Is there a degree, maybe you can educate me correctly? I get a little bit skeptical when there's an equation involved, trying to reduce all of the human civilization, human experience to an equation. Is there a degree that we should be skeptical of the carrying of the equation, or of a loss function, or wish to optimize, like having a kind of intellectual optimizing?
Yeah, so this particular loss function, it's not stiff. It's kind of an average of averages, right? It's like distributions of states in the future are going to follow a certain distribution. So it's not deterministic. It's not like we're not on like stiff rails, right? It's just a statistical statement about the future. But at the end of the day, you can believe in gravity or not, but it's not necessarily an option to obey it, right? Some people try to test that, and that goes not so well. So similarly, I think thermodynamics is there whether we like it or not. And we're just trying to point out what is and try to orient ourselves and chart a path forward given this fundamental truth.
But there's still some uncertainty. There's still lack of information. Humans tend to fill the gap with lack of information with narratives. So how they interpret it, even physics is up for interpretation when there's uncertainty involved. And the humans tend to use that to further their own needs. And so it's always, whenever there's an equation, it just seems like until we have really perfect understanding of the universe, humans will do what humans do. And they try to use the narrative of doing good to fool the populace to doing bad. I guess that this is something we should be skeptical about in all movements.
Right. So we invite skepticism.
Do you have an understanding of what the degree that went wrong? What do you think may have gone wrong with the type of altruism that might also go wrong with effective acceleration?
Yeah, I think I think it provided initially a sense of community for engineers and intellectuals and nationalists in the early days, and it seems like the community was very healthy. But then they formed all sorts of organizations and started grabbing capital and having actual power. Right? They have real power. They influence the government. They influence most of the AI boards now, and they're literally controlling the board of OpenAI, right? And look over at Anthropic. and I think they'll have some control over that too. And so I think, the assumption of EAC is more like capitalism is that every agent, organism, and meta-organism is going to act in its own interest. We should maintain sort of adversarial equilibrium or adversarial competition to keep each other in check at all times, at all scales. I think that, ultimately it was the perfect cover to acquire tons of power and capital, and unfortunately sometimes that corrupts people over time.
What does a perfectly productive day, since building is important, what is a perfectly productive day in the life of Guillaume? How much caffeine do you consume? Like, what was a perfect day?
Okay. I would say my favorite days are 12 p.m. to 4 a.m. And I would have meetings in the early afternoon, usually external meetings, some internal meetings, because I'm CEO. I have to interface with the outside world, whether it's customers or investors, or interviewing potential candidates. And usually I'll have ketones, exogenous ketones.
So you on the keto diet versus
I've done keto before for football and whatnot, but I like to have a meal after sort of part of my day is done, so I can just have extreme focus.
you do the social interactions earlier in the day?
Right.
Without
Front load them, yeah. Like right now I'm on ketones and Red Bull, and it just gives you a clarity of thought that is really next level. Because then when you eat, you're actually allocating some of your energy going to neural energy to your digestion. After I eat, maybe I take a break, an hour or so, an hour and a half, and then usually it's like ideally one meal a day, like steak and vegetables, animal-based primarily, fruit, and then I do a second wind. Usually that's deep work, right? Because I am a CEO, but I'm still technical, contributing to most patents, and there I'll just stay up late into the night and work with engineers on very technical problems.
so like the 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. whatever that range of time.
Yeah, that's the perfect time. The emails, the things that are on fire stop trickling in. You can focus, and you have your second wind. I think Demis Houses has a similar workday to some extent. So I think that's definitely inspired my workday. But yeah, I started this workday when I was at Google and had to manage a bit of the product during the day and have meetings and then do technical work at night.
Exercise, sleep, those kinds of things. Except football. Did you play football?
Yeah, I used to play American football, done all sorts of sports growing up, and then I was into powerlifting for a while. So when I was studying mathematics in grad school, I would just do math and lift, take caffeine. That was my day. It was very pure, the purest of modes. But it's really interesting how in powerlifting you're trying to cause neural adaptation by having certain driving signals, and you're trying to engineer neuroplasticity through all sorts of supplements. And you have all sorts of brain-derived neurotrophic factors that get secreted when you lift. So it's funny to me how I was trying to engineer neural adaptation in my nervous system more broadly, not just my brain, while learning mathematics. I think you can learn much faster if you really care, if you convince yourself to care a lot about what you're learning, and you have some sort of assistance, let's say caffeine or some cholinergic supplement to increase neuroplasticity. I should chat with Andrew Huberman at some point. He's the expert, but at least to me, it's like you can try to input more tokens into your brain, if you will, and you can try to increase the learning rate so that you can learn much faster on a shorter time scale. So I've learned a lot of things. I've followed my curiosity. If you're passionate about what you're doing, you're going to learn faster, you're going to become smarter faster. And if you follow your curiosity, you're always going to be interested. And so I advise people to follow their curiosity, don't respect the boundaries of certain fields or what you've been allocated in terms of lane that you're working on. Just go out and explore, follow your nose, and try to acquire and compress as much information as you can into your brain, anything that you find interesting.
Caring about a thing, and like you said, which is interesting, it does the most for me as well. It's like tricking yourself that you care about it. When you start to really care about it. So it's funny, motivation is a really good catalyst for learning.
Right. And so this part of my character, as Beth Bezos, it's kind of like
the hype man.
Yeah, it's just hype up, but I'm like hyping myself up, but then I just tweet about it.
Yeah.
And it's just when I'm trying to get really hyped up in like an altered state of consciousness where I'm like ultra focused, in the flow, wired, trying to invent something that's never existed. I need to get to like unreal levels of like excitement. But your brain has these levels of cognition that you can unlock with like higher levels of adrenaline and whatnot. And I mean, I've learned that in powerlifting that actually you can engineer a mental switch to like, increase your strength, right? You can engineer a switch. Maybe you have a cross of a certain song or some music, but suddenly you're like fully primed, then you're at maximum strength, right? And I've engineered that switch through years of lifting. If you get under 500 pounds, it will crush you. If you don't have that switch to be wired in, you might die. So that'll wake you right up. And that sort of skill I've carried over to like research when it's go time, when the stakes are high. Somehow I just reach another level of neural performance.
Left Bezos is your sort of embodiment, representation of your intellectual Hulk, productivity Hulk.
Yeah,
that you turn on. What have you learned about the nature of identity from having these two identities? I think it's interesting for people to be able to put on those two hats explicitly.
I think it was interesting in the early days. I thought it was truly compartmentalized. Like, oh yeah, this is a character. I'm Guillaume. This is the character. I like take my thoughts and then I extrapolate them a little bit more extreme. But over time, it's kind of like both identities were starting to merge mentally, and people were like, no, you are Beth. You're not just And it's like, wait, am I? And now it's like fully merged, but it was already before the docs was already starting mentally that I am this character. It's part of me.
Would you recommend people to have an alt? Absolutely. Like young people, would you recommend them to explore different identities by having alt accounts?
It's fun. It's like writing an essay and taking a position, right? It's like you do this in phases. It's like you can have experimental thoughts, and by the stakes being so low because you're in on account with 20 followers or something, you can experiment with your thoughts and in a low stakes environment. And I feel like we've lost that in the era of everything being under your main name, everything being attributable to you. People just are afraid to speak, explore ideas that aren't fully formed, right? And I feel like we've lost something there. So I hope platforms like X and others that can help support people trying to stay pseudonymous or anonymous. It's really important for people to share thoughts that are fully formed and converge onto maybe hidden truths that were hard to converge upon if it was just through open conversation with humans.
Yeah, I really believe in rather rigorous analysis, really considering what it's like to be a person with a certain viewpoint, and like taking that as a thought experiment farther and farther. And one way of doing this is not to that's a fun, interesting way to really explore what it's like to be a person who believes the same beliefs, and taking that across the span of several days, weeks, months. Of course, there's always a danger. That's Nietzsche gaze on us, the abyss gaze into you. You have to be careful.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you wake up to shape that one day, and it's just like,
what am I? What am I become? So you mentioned quite a bit of advice already, but what advice would you give to young people about how to this interesting woman brain, how to have a career and how to have a life?
I think to me the reason I went to theoretical physics was that I had to learn the base of the stack that was going to stick around no matter how the technology changes, right? Um, and to me, that was the foundation on which then I later built engineering skills and other skills. And to me, the laws of physics, it may seem like the landscape right now is changing so fast, it's disorienting, but certain things like fundamental mathematics and physics aren't going to change. And if you have that knowledge and knowledge about complex systems and adaptive systems, I think that's going to carry you very far. And so not everybody has to study mathematics, but I think it's really a huge cognitive unlock to learn math and some physics and engineering.
Get as close to the base of the stack as possible.
Yeah, that's right, because the base of the stack doesn't change. Everything else, your knowledge might become not as relevant in a few years. Of course, there's this sort of transfer learning you can do, but then you have to base transfer learning constantly.
I guess the closer you are to the base of the stack, the easier the easier the transfer learning, the shorter the time.
Right. And you'd be surprised, like once you learn concepts in many physical scenarios, how they can carry over to understanding other systems that aren't necessarily physics. And I guess the EAC writings, the principles and tenet post that was based on physics, that was kind of my experimentation with applying some of the thinking from out of equilibrium thermodynamics to understanding the world around us. And it's led to EAC and this movement.
If you look at your one cog in a machine, your capitalist machine, one human, and if you look at yourself, do you think mortality is a feature or a bug? Like, would you want to be immortal?
No. I think fundamentally, thermodynamic dissipative adaptation is the word dissipation. Dissipation is important. Death is important. Right? We have a saying in physics: physics progresses one funeral at a time. I think the same is true for capitalism, companies, empires, people, everything. Everything must die at some point. I think that we should probably extend our lifespan because we need a longer period of training because the world is more and more complex. Right? We have more and more data to really be able to predict and understand the world. And if we have a finite window of higher neuroplasticity, then we have sort of a hard cap in how much we can understand about the world. So I think I am for death because, again, I think it's important. If you have like a king that would never die, that would be a problem, right? Like the system wouldn't be constantly adapting. Right? You need novelty, you need youth, you need disruption to make sure the system's always adapting and malleable. Otherwise, if things are immortal, if you have, let's say, corporations that are there forever and you have a monopoly, they get calcified, they become not as optimal, not as high fitness in a changing, time-varying landscape, right? And so death gives space for youth and novelty to take its place, and I think it's an important part of every system in nature. So yeah, I am for death, but I do think that longer lifespan, longer time for neuroplasticity, bigger brains, which should be something we should strive for.
Well, in that, Jeff Bezos and Jeff Bezos agree that all companies die. And for Jeff, the goal is to try to, he calls it day one decade, try to constantly, for as long as possible, reinvent. Sort of extend the life of the company, but eventually it too will die. This is so damn difficult for people. Are you afraid of that?
I think I have ideas and things I'd like to achieve in this world before I have to go, but I don't think I'm afraid of that.
You're not attached to this particular body.
No, I think I'm sure there's going to be better versions of myself in the future, or regimented forks, or other, right? I truly believe that. I think there's sort of a evolutionary life algorithm happening at every bit or nat in the world is sort of adapting through this process that we described in EAP, and I think maintaining this adaptation malleability is how we have constant optimization of the whole machine. So I don't think I'm particularly, an optimum that needs to stick around forever. I think there's going to be greater optimum.
What do you think is the meaning of it all? What's the why of the machine? The EAP machine.
The why, well, the why is thermodynamics. It's why we're here. It's what has led to the formation of life and civilization and evolution of technologies, and growth of civilization. But why do we have thermodynamics? Why do we have our particular universe? Why do we have these particular hyperparameters and constants of nature? Well, then you get into the anthropic principle, right? Landscape of potential universe is right where in the universe that allows for life. And then why is there potentially many universes? Well, I don't know that part. But could we potentially engineer new universes or create pockets of universes and set the hyperparameters so there is some mutual information between our existence and that universe and maybe somewhat apparent? I think that's really, that'd be very poetic. It's purely conjecture, but again, this is why figuring out quantum gravity would allow us to understand it.
And above that, why is it all seems so beautiful and exciting? The quest to figure out quantum gravity seems so exciting. Why? Why is that? Why are we drawn to that? Why are we drawn towards that? Just that puzzle solving creative force that brings all of it.
I think we seek, just like LLMs, to minimize cross entropy between internal model and the world. We seek to minimize, the statistical divergence between our predictions and the world itself, and having regimes of energy scales, physical scales, in which we have no visibility, no ability to predict, perceive. That's kind of an insult to us, and we want to be able to understand the world better in order to best steer us through it. And in general, it's a capability that has evolved because the better you can predict the world, the better you can capture utility or free energy towards your own sustenance and growth. And I think quantum gravity, again, is kind of the final boss in terms of knowledge acquisition. Because once we've mastered that, then we can do a lot potentially. But between here and there, I think there's a lot to learn in the mesoscale. There's a lot of information to acquire about our world and a lot of engineering, perception, prediction, and control to be done to climb up the Kardashev scale. And to us, that's the great challenge of our times.
And when you're not sure where to go, let the meme pave the way. Guillaume, Beth, thank you for talking today. Thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you for the humor and the wisdom you put into the world. This was awesome.
Thank you so much for having me, Lex. It's a pleasure.
Thank you for listening to this conversation with Guillaume Verdon. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Albert Einstein. At first, the idea is not absurd, so there is no hope for it. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
That's all this acts that he got there. He said he got to the place to act like a fighter. So to do what he wanted to do. To be raised to persevere. To go beyond the comfort level. To do it on the ground. He didn't want to. Sam Brady didn't want to. But he knew he wanted to. And he knew test. He had to do it. Because now it's going to be your job to get him in the gym, make him make him stronger, make him face things, teach him how to slip up, and create holes, and throw those freaking holes with devastating punches. With punches with bad intentions.
Following this conversation with Teddy Atlas, a legendary and at times controversial boxing trainer and commentator. When I was going through this conversation with Teddy, I was ready to talk boxing. Styles, matches, techniques, tactics, and his analysis of individual fighters like Tyson, Michael Moore, Klitschko's, Usyk, Levinsky, Lomachenko, Triple G, Canelo, Muhammad Ali, Shakur Leonard, Hagler, Duran, Floyd, and on and on and on. Like I said, I came ready to talk boxing. But I stayed for something bigger. The Shakespearean human story of Teddy Atlas, Gus D'Amato, and Mike Tyson. It's a story about loyalty, betrayal, fear, and greatness. It's a story where nobody's perfect. Everything is human. To summarize, in the early 80s, young trainer Teddy Atlas worked with his mentor, Gus D'Amato, training the young boxer protege, now a boxing legend, Mike Tyson.
Yes, we can see
Mike
you
was
stand by the same
arrested in the 45 at age 15.
Amazing. That's why it's taking us 50 minutes. Every day's a holiday. Every minute's at least. What's going on? I can do a great job. Absolutely. 5:25 in the morning. You're like, you know what? Let's see what the rabbi thinks of. All right, here's a breakdown where we're at. Same shit, different day, basically. But I've just absolutely terrorized these poor people on Blue Sky. And I'm really fucking proud of it. Yeah, exactly. Um, so I'm at like, boy, maybe 2 months of incessant relentless anger. And can't stand me, which is great. They even put out statements from their like moderation team saying like, we are aware that there are people, lone individuals who are attacking us in our growing platform. We do everything that we can to ensure a safe environment for all, while still being able to keep out bad actors. Oh, absolutely. Nope. Yeah, essentially. So, you know, I could be you like what people write. It's the same shit. Who the fuck is this? Every fucking day, this person scams me. Blah 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 blah. Here's what I do though, which it really comes down to what is spam. I mean, that's really what the big question is about it. Because what's the difference between some fucking commentator who tweets 45,000 times a day and my account, which actually doesn't tweet anything, it just likes and retweets what you wrote. What's the difference? Well, I understand that there's a fine line. It's basically very subjective. And until that is a legally defined idea, which I get that, but what happens if you put a random number generator in it and it changes your message every time? Oh, I get that. Then what if I just did it manually with one device, constant? Yeah, exactly. But that's subjective. Exactly. Oh, I completely understand it, but it really gets the Justice Potter Stewart on pornography. I'll know it when I see it. And it's basically like I know spam when I see it. And it could be anybody, baby. With the right lineage and righteousness. It could be anybody. There's that argument too. Just anybody with proper lineage and righteousness could be the enlightened. Perhaps we all are. Who knows? That's not for me to determine. I recognize that, I mean, how do I define spam? Um, I take it as it's like one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. It's it's how you look at it. You're talking about. I am not super into Star Wars, but you've got the dark side, which is like Darth Vader. They're generally seen as the bad guys, and then Luke Skywalker and Han Solo, they're the Rebel Alliance. And if they don't win, then we've been rooting for the terrorists, right? Well, in my opinion, you just institute a system like Reddit. Then you don't have to define these families. It's essentially you got to gain karma, and it's the people who determine whether your stuff is worth karma. So then there's, I mean, I don't want to say there's no spam, but like at least on Reddit, there's very little spam because they have the system where you have to like, earn the ability to comment. And as I said previously, that's the way to do it. Now, I don't agree with how quickly Reddit bans people and all the things that happen with that. I get that. Really, the best system to me is a system of muting. So allow people to say whatever they want, and if you don't like it, there's a little button that says mute, and then you never hear from that account. Yeah, I mean that's it's very simple. Like they don't have to exactly. Yes. Now I feel if I were made like the head of the tech firm, which I've been, but like a major tech firm, I would say that your mute or your block lasts for 1 year. Then after 1 year, you have to reinitialize it, or else it goes away. So what do I mean by that? Maybe somebody was just having a bad day, and they're just blocking people willy-nilly, that's fine. Does that mean that the person that they watched never, ever, ever going to be able to influence the person again? It can't be that way. But it's just once a year, you have to just press a little check mark next to it or select all and just continue. If not, sometimes people want to give people a second chance, but they're never going to have the opportunity to do it because they blocked that person. Incorrect. Incorrect. Because if we're transferring this and we're living for tens of thousands of years, because you did something wrong 6,000 years ago, it should not force you to still be blocked by that person. Now, here's what I'm saying. I don't think you understand the system. You basically can reinitialize that block once a year for everyone you want to block. So say somebody harassed you 6,000 years ago, that's fine. It's just each year you have to just say, yeah, continue to block this person. That's all. It's really simple. But then maybe sometimes, like, I get more shit on the internet than any person ever. Even in here, where people are just really mean or whatever, given enough time, there's the old adage, time heals all wounds, and eventually I put that in for, as long as they didn't do anything that I feel like harms children or something like that. Or, um, I'm an understandable person, but even still, with all the like Discord, here's a perfect example. Every year, Discord should say, you have blocked these 300 people, or whatever, and you want to continue to block them. And they would just be, yeah, I want to continue to block them. Or I should have the ability to say, you know what, no, that's fine. We'll give everybody a new chance. Like that happens in Discord servers, really big ones. Hey, they call it amnesty. We're having Discord amnesty. We've unblocked everybody. Feel free to come back if you've previously been blocked, and so long as you're on good behavior, everything will be fine. I think that's the way to do it. Like there should be a period of amnesty. Uh, we can agree and disagree on that. Here's what, in terms of my thoughts, what has changed since I last uh, had discussions with you. And this has been a game changer. Do you remember previously my biggest hiccup is that I have these stupid captures that I have to do, and I have to be awake to be able to do them, right? Okay, so because you can't actually listen. Uh, Trust me, like I've gone through every way to automate these. It's just it's not really feasible with computing power right now, unless you're like a supercomputer or some kind of special AI. But you understand that like the CAPTCHA like is able to address something. But I came up with such a good idea, Caspian C. This has been a game changer for me. So I've got 3 bots that spam all the time or whatever. And I've got 5 handheld devices that I have programmed to create accounts. So what these things do is they create an account, get me to the part where I have to do the capture. And then I have to just manually on the device do the captcha, and then it completes creating the account. It takes the username and puts it in a large Excel spreadsheet that I created or a Google sheet, and my 3 computers that are doing the spamming just have to take the username from that sheet and insert it into the browser and log in. So basically, what that means is that I'm able to create a lot more accounts quickly, and I can have these bots going while I sleep, which is a game changer. That means it's 24/7 spam. That means that it's like, so long as I have created enough accounts, all the accounts the bots do is go to that spreadsheet and grab a new username. And since Blue Sky doesn't force you to do like 2-factor authentication or anything, it's worked really good. To the point where sometimes the shit works and and then Blue Sky's onto it. So what they've done, they've enacted some good uh, protocols or detections against me. Um, so and they all do this. Twitter did this, Kik did this. Like basically, after I've been doing this to people for months. After months, their moderation teams are just like, we'll have to block these accounts 2 or 3 a minute. It's just we only have 8 hours in the shift. Can we please enact something to stop this? And so what they do is they put in like little things like if you use the term, well, like if you name an account Rabbi Rothschild, it just automatically gets banned. So okay, so what do I do? I'll do what's called go do what you need to do. You're good. So I was saying that you good. Um, so it's working, but it needs a little adjustment. Anyway, so YouTube or Blue Sky puts in different protections, and I just have to get around it. And the bots working 24 hours a day, so it just really kick things up for me, and that's great because then everybody knows about it. So I've had this 24-hour bot working for like 2 weeks now, and it's been very good. I hate to say it, but like I'm proud of it. It's really fucking genius what I've done. So that's cool. Really. Um, okay, what else? Like I just had somebody 16 minutes ago comment on me. I mean, it's the middle of the night. I guess on the East Coast, it's still pretty early in the morning. And as I continue to let these bots go, just throughout the day, everybody will start talking about me. That's cool. It gets people in here, and some people are really cool, and they're like, that's family, really nice to get them when I do that. Okay, well, that's actually a really neat thing. Um, so I'll allow it basically. Um, I get other people who, like I had this guy yesterday named Nathan come in, and he's like, "Fuck you for your spam," and then just left. Which is like, all right, well, I mean, dog, it's telling me it's working, and yeah, so that's what's going on. How is Kaya? Is she housebroken? Is she done? Is she done teething? Is she done teething? I don't know if you were kidding me, but these sound super fast. Did you see those two streamers get shot on the strip? Dude, it was terrible. It was in front of Paris, and they were killed. There's two kids streamers. I think the guy's name was Connor, which is at Connor on Twitch. I think, and let me see if that's right, or if somebody would just stream it and get it. But no, 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 no. Let's see. And then they took down the street. Let's see. It was second place. Okay. Here it is. Two. It's on the Vegas subway. Two dead in Las Vegas strip shooting. Two people were shot and killed on a busy sidewalk on the Las Vegas Strip on Sunday night. Let me see here. Oh, here we go. All right. 41-year-old man was arrested after an election of two people Sunday night in front of the larger apartments. Yeah, they were once. I'm not exactly sure which street names are correct. Police said the suspect, Manuel Ruiz, walked into a Henderson police station and put himself in on Monday. Ruiz was taken into custody and was expected to be booked in Pike County Detention Center on 2 counts of poaching with deadly weapon. Time flickering on social media profiles. A gunfire erupted 3600 block of Las Vegas Boulevard via Bellagio at about 10:24 according to Las Vegas Police. Metro officers on patrol here on gunshots coming from the west side of the strip and immediately went to 25 with gunfire from the top two victims who were likely to sidewalk suffering from gunshot wounds. Member Sheriff Andrew Walsh said during the news conference that officers were vertically to both victims with their efforts to see those victims lives unsuccessful. Walsh said at 1:45 a.m. the police knew who they were looking for and it appeared the suspect was one of the victims imputed with each other in the past. The Pike County Coroner's Office is expected to release the victims' identities as spokesperson for Indian Resorts. John Spillane did not comment. Before Ruiz's arrest, Walsh said the suspect and the victim had previously engaged in some type of conflict using a variety of social media platforms. Video of the shooting was circulated on social media. The video, which appeared to be in front of the live stream, shows a woman confronting a man on the sidewalk with the Paris Las Vegas High Airport sign in Hollywood across the street from the background. The woman appears to be confronting a man who pulls out a handgun and fires at somebody off screen. The shots were retrieved as multiple gunshots rang out. Information from the police superior online about the shooting suggesting that one of the two people shot dead had been a YouTuber and the gun was also let's see here. So, a terrible act of hate, an hour following the YouTube creators in Las Vegas ties reactively shot to the initial reports from others illustrated the ongoing food chain release and the victim. identified as YouTuber Vinny the Legend. Mark Sanson, who was Las Vegas-based YouTuber known as the Other Me, streamed live for more than 5 hours following the shooting until the Review-Journal interviewed both with the shooting victim and release. Vinny's wife, Bob Sanson, referred to his public, had become friends with him at first client. As of Monday, the Finney the Legend YouTube channel made public accessible. Video content has been posted in recently June 7th about attempts to reach Ruiz's sensitivity and engagement successful. A review of the videos and legends posted on the Finney the Legend channel since 2023 shows several entries and getting reviews. So basically, they would laugh at that. They make fun of Manny the way he looked. Dude, this is like the shit you do. I mean, I'm not saying this is exactly, like attack people, but they like low comment. They'd make fun of Manny the way he looked. They'd make fun of the way Manny's wife looked. He'd make fun of what they were doing. In March 2024, Finn posted that Ruiz's wife, identified as Julian of Pennington, had allegedly contacted YouTube several times requesting to review videos from Finny the Legend page accused of state contact with several attempts to reach Pennington on Monday were unsuccessful. Most of the copyright shows can result in an account being turned into a YouTube platform. Finny the Legend, the copyright strikes against the account began to post frequently trolling Ruiz, according to witnesses, who included posts outing an alleged extramarital affair and other posts to antagonize Ruiz. Among those were 5-hour long live stream June 3rd, days before Finny the Legend reported shooting left with that included couldn't help the appearance. In the same video from Finny the Legend, a man who was identified as claims he could had issued a copyright strike against Ruiz's channel. Finny claimed it would report the issue of YouTube from fearing Ruiz might harm himself. Those ultimately proved to be included. Mental illness is real, and you can clearly see this guy is mentally ill. Vinny reported, so we all know the channel and everything to him. He has no outside friends. I don't think I can do it. And I'm saying this online so he can see it too. So it's like these people were like trolling a wolf cow, and he just had enough. It says Guillermo details from Andrew guy has made a lot of videos trolling the shooter and his wife. He even spent 5 hours live streaming from the shooter. The shooter live streamed driving around the city looking for the man who died. He told him quite a few times which bar he would be at. I see many comments on social media claiming the shooter has been threatened and this is self-defense. Social media commentators repeat on well, I don't know. I can tell you at least that threats against me have gone up that it's spamming people, but I get it. I've been getting it for a long time. And I'm a free speech advocate, so I live by the idea sticks and stones may break my bones, but and hurt me. Say whatever the fuck you want to do. That's why people have to be just ignore it. You get strip shoot. I want to know what the username is. I thought it was guy back time. It was Rabbi. Yeah. And let's see here. I don't know why they didn't have that. I think I saw it. Okay. I'll just go to the page and go back to it and see what's there. If it is, this would be really weird. It's like, yes, it's sometimes like that. Maybe it's like, they call it YouTube. They just call it anybody who streams online. They just call it YouTube. But they could be
was sexually inappropriate with Teddy's 11-year-old niece. In response to this, Teddy put a .30 caliber handgun to Tyson's ear and told him not to touch his family again. He would kill him if he did. To this, the motto of the why? Because in part, I think to help minimize the chance of Mike Tyson, because legally adopted, will be taken away by the state. And with him, the development one of the greatest boxers of all time. Of course, that summary doesn't capture the full complexity of human nature, human drama, and all of it. For that, let's listen to this conversation. Things said and the things left unsaid. The pain in Teddy's voice, contradictions of love and anger, harmony in his stories, his philosophy on life. Like I said, I came to talk about boxing. And stayed to talk about life. This conversation has been with me for a long time. The people close to you, the people you trust, the people you love, are everything. If they betray you, break your heart, forgive them. Forgive yourself. Try again. Happy holidays, everyone. I love you all. This is the Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, your friends, Teddy, Elvis. You wrote in the book that your father had a big influence in your life. What lessons have you learned about life from your father?
When you ask that question, I've never cussed him out when I was living up against him. He used to say to me that he learned to osmosis. I said, when we said straight to that, if I know what osmosis is, but it sounds good, but I learned through osmosis with my father. He wasn't a big talker. He was just a look. And when you're around someone who lives a certain kind of life and does certain things, his patience is valuable. I'm going to sound like an idiot right now because I'm being a son, but it is the greatest narcissistic dogs there. I mean, if I say I have to do this, that, you doctor, what I mean? Like, what is that? What other people have told me. Like, just legendary stories.
You do hospitals and help people, and like you said, a lot of people have spoken about the impact it's had on our life.
He built two hospitals, and he built the hospital for the very best. He built it so that people could get from hospital care that could afford it. And everybody looked at that as exception. Yeah, because he was literally not taking it, not that much. He could do what he wanted to sort of stuff, but he was a good patient then without it administering put through administration. So there was no cost because the patient I remember being my only way of being like father was to go out house or to go to work, just so and so I went to house. He did house work by the way he was 8 and $3. I mean, it was better than $2. You know what I mean? That's what I mean up here. And $3 and you got medicine, get everything. And but he used to right around the holidays, he was just certain things that I didn't understand, but I understood later. Yeah, we would just watch some areas, and he just he would go to the home, and I'm 10 years old. Who's older?
You hear him in a moment.
A couple. Whatever you said at 3, 4, whatever it was. I put your car, and then he comes to the hospital stuff here. So, I would ask questions that it was all over, but I'd say that is sick. So it's not like you put them in the hospital. So he said, yeah, and he tried to explain things to me. He tried, he told much, I guess you ask him, but that kind of worked. And, talk with him, and he was saying to me that he said, I said, well, why do you put the hospital? And that's because the situation was the alcohol. But why you put it? And worse than alcohol, he has, So why you think? And listen to the purpose of science. He wasn't trying to kill. Let's put that first before we go into anointing for Satan. Like Teddy Adams. So I was like, we finally get to the point. Why you put this? Well, this is the holidays. Why you put this? Well, the holidays, certain people, that's that. And they're actually always just a holiday. Or Christmas or whatever. And we use whatever. And so I said, why? And he said, because you remind people, certain people, of what they don't have. That other people enjoy the holidays because what they have. Family. And it reminds them that mine is that. Yeah, and then I don't remember if he didn't use the word suicide, but I got it. Like, basically, he said, I just got it. I'm not like, I suppose I don't, but I just got it like, that's what came to me. I don't think he had to articulate it. I don't have to verbalize that, but yeah, you don't understand. So, and, well, how does that work? Oh, just basically, then I could kill that. It's around, we're going to get fed, it's going to be warm, right? And it's going to be for 3 days, 2 days, whatever. And basically, it's a bridge. So, and the funny thing is, then you go, I wanted to, I wanted to be connected. So I listen to myself in the shower. But she used to drop the ball. He would take it together. And then the thing that I know I can, he didn't say that. But you noticed it.
No, I slept like, I slept very well. My house has been all fucked up because food comes in and food comes games. But I slept through it. I slept from like 3 p.m. to midnight or something. So I missed all of the protests last night. Doesn't seem like it was too good. It was fucking popping off in Santa Ana. And of course I'm like, but not too much city like previously. I was watching that LA Council, City Council. Dude, there's this fucking, like, people ask me all the time, who's your favorite YouTuber? And I don't really fucking have one because I say I don't watch YouTube, but I literally watch it 24 hours a day. But it's not like I go out, like I watch podcasts, which is different. Um, but there's a YouTuber, like a little, somewhat small time YouTuber, he's getting big. His name is Smoking, and I've been watching him for 5 years since the protests in 2020. And basically, this guy died. Well, you watched him. Remember that night there was that high speed chase with those guys on the dirt bikes? Yeah, we were watching Smoking Skin. Basically, he just does like high speed chases in LA, but he also does protests and stuff. And he just got recently mentioned in the Washington Post, and he Red Band knows who he is. Red Band, the guy from Kill Tony and Joe Rogan, did a like a shout out to him because he was watching. Red Band was watching Smoking Skin stream on NPR like a few months ago. Anyway, that guy covers he just covers like local LA news, which I really like, and he's just it's pretty funny. So anyway, I've been watching it for the past few nights. And just whenever there's like a historic event, any kind of protests or election debates and things, I do my best to make sure I stream that on the big on the projector just to get it archived. But last night I was unable to do so because I was asleep, and that's okay because I've been up for far too long, and now I'm refreshed, so I plan on being up all day until tonight, and then hopefully get my hours. I'm sure they won't be back to normal, but stuff like that. about you? Have you slept yet, or are you like? For how long does she sleep continuously? Did you hear about Brian Wilson running this week? Yeah, he had been sick. Like, I'm, he had been sick. I'm a pretty big Beach Boys fan. And, yeah, um, whenever I think of LA or California or whatever, it's like the Beach Boys with quintessential music. And exactly. And I always loved it. And he, I think it's really, I saw this documentary on him, and I really always felt badly for him. His dad was like the band's manager, and they were in, um, they were in, um, like Arroyo Seco where Dodger Stadium was. That's where they were living. And then when they built Dodger Stadium, they kicked out all the families there, and they moved to Hawthorne. And their dad was like their manager, Brian Wilson's dad. And now it's been a long time since this stuff. But basically, he was really strict on them. And you can imagine, like, dude, the Beach Boys, you know how much pussy they could have gotten? Like, like up there with the Beatles. And um, and he was really strict on it. And would one day like hit Brian Wilson in the ear and deafen him in one of his ears. And like for a musician to not have his ears, it's like it's just I've always felt like just really sad for him. Anyway, he he just I really think he was in his own way a musical genius and does not get enough credit for just what he's done. That sounds, good vibration. I don't know, California, all that. Fucking, it's just, it. Right. Right. I mean, I don't know. When I think like New York, I think like Billy Joel, or New Jersey, I think like uh, Bruce Springsteen, and like Frankie Valli. And when I think like Southern Rock, there are all those bands, but like it was certainly like geographical. I mean, they're like a worldwide sensation, certainly, but um, they just kind of define not just music, but location as well. And yeah, I just, I mean, they're like, there's some other bands that do that, but I think like Red Hot Chili Peppers, I certainly think of LA, or the Eagles, I think of California. Um, exactly, exactly. Um, so, I mean, he was 82, he had a good run, which is good. I was sad to hear that. I think he had some issues as he got older, but to me, he was always the biggest Beach Boy. Like people look up Mike Love, those guys. Like he's like he was like the man. He's the one who he had this thing that I always thought was cool. It's like this Lost Weekend, and I don't know. I think he just did a bunch of drugs and fucking too many places. It's something like Brian Wilson Lost Weekend. What happened? Like we first have a period of self-destructive behavior, and declining productivity in the mid-1970s, marked with his struggle with mental health substance abuse and which of like during this time, Wilson's reliance on drugs and alcohol allowed him to run such important meeting, pornographic magazines, significantly impacted his personal and professional life. Period following the death of his father, Murray, which further exacerbated his gradual mental state. Wilson's productivity declined, and he became increasingly reclusive, often isolating himself from everyone. Well, with subsequent works such as that and Victor Davis, but no books he did not further contribute. I don't know. Like they made a comeback with Kokomo. That was an interesting one. They were like a band that I know. I don't know. Back in the day, it was a record. Like they had all these hits in the '60s. They did nothing in the '70s, nothing in the '80s until the movie Top Gun, and they had Kokomo that came out. It was like I don't know. There's some kind of record of like, now what's the record of like not having a number one hit for a while, and then the Beach Boys did it. They had all those songs in the '60s, nothing in the '70s, and then like the late '80s they had Kokomo. Wasn't that some type of record? The Beach Boys had a notable gap between their number one hits, which eventually was broken by Kokomo in the late '80s after achieving three number one hits in the 1960s. And Mr. USA, I Get Around the Number One. They had like a billion of them. The band did not top the charts for nearly 2 decades. The gap was filled with experimental, critically acclaimed works such as Pet Sounds, although these did not reach the number one spot in Billboard charts. But I cannot blame them. They were up against the Beatles. It's like even though you got like good vibrations that comes out, but like if like Come Together is number one, like you're not gonna beat that. Right. Exactly. Um, that's that's right. You know who has never had a number one hit is Bruce Springsteen. So this is like a little trivia that I know about him. He's never had himself a number one hit, but he wrote a number one hit, which was Blinded by the Light. You know, Red Dog, Living Dudes. He wrote that, and it's a number one hit, so he sort of does. But you would think, like, Born to Run, Born in the USA, um, like, he's got like a um, Dancing in the Dark, um, Glory Days. Like, one of these would have been number one. Thing is, he had to go up against Michael Jackson. And it's like Michael Jackson just sat on that number one spot like the Beatles did in the 60s. So there are a lot of artists out there who were during similar times who didn't have an opportunity at being number one artists because there was just one artist out there who was just like basically dominant. I find that fascinating. I You're 100% right. Exactly. Like even if you watch Netflix and I watch Amazon Prime, we have no overlap, or very little overlap, and still you would be able to watch everything on Netflix, and I would be able to watch everything on Amazon Prime, and neither of us would even touch Hulu or any of the other stuff. Yeah, yeah, that's very unique. I guess like Sam or Jan and Dean, like that's similar sounds. And the Beatles have like Hermits, and the Rolling Stones, but they are still different. Which you when you sure. You sit back. This happens in sports a lot, especially recently with the Hall of Fames. And like it's pretty hard to get a Hall of Fame in a sport, and some sports more than others. And some people aren't appreciated for what they did, whenever or they would have been like discriminated against. Like for instance, in baseball. let's say you were an African American player who was really good, but it like heavy sports writers 70 years ago as a white guy, and maybe you were pushing for civil rights or something, and that might have gone against what they would have wanted. So they didn't write checks, basically. And I think that there should be like a reevaluation of just everybody who's ever played a sport, every musical genre, because there are people who deserve Grammys or deserve like just they deserve awards and they haven't won. You know, here's the one that really surprises me. I don't know if he necessarily deserves it, but Tom Cruise has never won an Oscar. Isn't that an interesting fact? Yeah, but even the Lifetime Achievement Award, they give those Lifetime Achievement Oscars out, like for what he's done for film. He's been in some films that I think he could have won. Have you ever seen Born on the Fourth of July or like Rain Man? So Vanilla Sky, Jerry Maguire, he's been with people who win. So he was with Cuba Gooding Jr. who won. Who won Best Director? Which is pretty good. I think he did. Yo, dog, has Kevin Costner ever won an Oscar? He won for uh, he won. He won Best Picture and Best Director, which is like good enough and director. It is excellent. No, a few years after that, he did the Postman as well, which wasn't as big, but it was kind of the same. I think that was a pretty big deal. Have you seen Yellowstone? I hear it's real good, and I think that's given it a resurgence. He kind of plays the same person in every movie, and I think that works. the way that I think people really win awards is being able to do impressions or like accents and doing body changes. He's Kevin Costner and everything. And Tom Cruise is Tom Cruise and everything. It's not like, like Dustin Hoffman and Rain Man plays someone who's, developed mentally disabled. Tom Hanks plays a bunch of things. That he does have some difference, some changes in. Leonardo DiCaprio, he plays some different characters, I guess. He plays some. Yeah. Right. All of them. Right. Like Frank Lucas. Yeah, you saw him in Gladiator 2. How was he in that? He played Hannibal. Dude, if you want to get rid of the hiccups, there's a surefire way to do it. Everybody's got their own remedy or whatever. But there is one. Okay, here it is. It's 100% guaranteed way to get rid of hiccups instantly every time. Alright, so here's what you want to do. It's 3 steps. Fill your lungs with your mouth. Very important that you use your mouth, so don't use your nose. So just fill your lungs with your mouth. Swallow twice in a row. If you have difficulty doing this, generate saliva in your mouth. It'll help you with the second swallow easier. And exhale slowly through your nostrils. So breathe in through your lungs, swallow twice, breathe out through your nostrils. Change your tone. Who the fuck is that? Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. You're, at that point, it's cool. Pardon. Right. Pardon. Okay. Danny George. Danny George. Dude, this is a great suggestion. That's what you have to do. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. That's a very good one. Jesse Michaels? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I watched this guy the other day. Um, not Joe Rogan. Yeah, that's interesting that you said these two guys. Because I've watched the Y-Files guy. His Joe Rogan twice, and I've been falling asleep to this Jesse Michaels one. Um, right, right. He's had some good people. He had Bono on like last week. Excellent. I'm gonna keep doing that. So I've actually been doing this thing. It's like I absorb myself in these podcasts. So I got Lex Friedman going, and that's actually Joe Rogan's how I found out about Lex Friedman. And then it was like the YouTube algorithm just kept forcing me to watch it. Um, but then I got another device here that I've been using to like um, actually watch it. What you see on Discord and what I see is like what's being projected behind me is actually kind of it's small for me to see where I am here. But I have a device that's like an old tablet that I usually have been watching some movies, some podcasts. So I definitely check it out. American Alchemy, and then the other one that you mentioned seems really cool too. And um, yeah, welcome, Miss Aquarius. That was his first real guest who wasn't just like some schlub. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you? Okay. Well, we're always here to support you. Apologies last night. I was sleeping away, and there you go. There you go. Absolutely. Well, I hope you feel better, and just get your liquids, and then just rest a bit whenever you need to. Excellent. Mr. First, do you know caffeine soup? Absolutely. Excellent. Like. All right. Okay. Back to what you were talking about. Caffeine soup. All right. Why don't you? I get it. He's boring, and I felt the same way when I first saw him. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's boring, but his topics are unprecedented. If you want AI, he's the guy for it. I felt the same way, Catherine said. When I first saw him, and I would complain, why do you keep showing me this person? Like, I complained just on the stream. Why do you keep showing me this person? I don't care. Um, and I like, but the high level AI and futurism, he's the best guy for me. So, I had to, yeah. And I let that Steve open passage. has been. Do you know who has been on the Joe Rogan Experience more than any other guest? No, he's up there. Though. It's a guy named Rabbi. You know who this is? Dude, everybody. Wait, everybody hates it. Everybody hates it. That's what I'm getting. Hold on. Do you know who the number 2 guest all time is on the Joe Rogan Experience? No, another big guest, though, he's up there as well. It's Ryan Callen. Okay. And they do this show known as The Fighter in the No, he's coming. He's coming. You don't want to like him. He got accused and raped and all that. That's fine. Yeah, exactly. I get it. Okay. But, right, exactly. Garbage about it. Okay. And I know what you're saying. Like, I used to think he was a fun dude. He was on Sex and the City. He was on Mad TV. He was on some shit. I never thought he was really funny. But he was always on Joe Rogan. Okay. And with Brendan Schaub, same thing. They have a podcast. It's known as The Fighter of the Kid. They've been doing it for like 10 years. And it sucks. It's maybe the worst podcast I've heard because there isn't anything that they talk about that's interesting. But getting to this, their subreddit is the funniest subreddit of any subreddit. It is so funny. They have 166,000 people in there currently. And all these people do shit on it all day long. And it is, if you've ever joined a funny subreddit, it is that one. And I gotta say that, like, that was another thing that was pushed on me by the algorithm. I'm like, man, I don't care about these guys. I'm never gonna watch their podcast because they just don't have anything that they're bringing to the table. They're not experts in anything, but I'm pretty hooked. And the reason why I say that is because they'll put out a podcast, and there will be so many people who like clip it and just make fun of these guys, and they're so funny. So it's basically like an anti-podcast. I don't know how she put it. So what these guys did, they were shooting this in Calabasas, and they were just riding Joe Rogan's coattail until he moved to Austin. And guess what they just recently did? They moved to Austin. And so they're basically like the new wave of guys, people who have moved to Austin. Not only are they terrible, and their podcast is terrible, Brendan Schaub, the fighter part of it, he was like a UFC fighter, not very successful. And the funny thing about him is he fails at everything he does. So then he went to become everything. And that's why these people love shitting on him. And it is like entertaining that they're so shitty. He puts out a comedy special that airs on Showtime. This is a few years ago. It is the lowest ranked comedy special in the history of IMDb. It has a 1.7 rating. Then he puts out another one on YouTube. He goes around promoting this thing. He's on, what is that guy's name? Jake Paul or Logan Paul, one of those guys. He's on the podcast or whatever his fucking podcast is. He goes around, and this one just gets shit, just absolute shit. And so if I can ever recommend like an anti-podcast, if you ever just want to laugh with somebody, go to this subreddit. I highly recommend it. It's absolutely hilarious, and you won't be let down. So I can't tell you like, oh, there's this one podcast that you've got to see because it's so good. It's so good. But I'm gonna start checking out Danny Jones and the other guy. I saw the other guys, and when he was on that Michael guy, I forget the last name, Michael or whatever. I saw him on Joe Rogan, whatever, like last week or something. And I've been listening to that podcast as I went there, but sometimes I won't listen to a whole podcast. I'll listen to it like 5 different times as I fall asleep and kind of get the gist of it. And I just didn't really learn anything. But again, like you said, we're pretty deep in ufology, so it's not like we have to be convinced. Yeah, exactly. The only thing. there's nothing more to learn. Yeah. They're very cool. Yeah. I'm gonna scratch it and stand up. I I recognize that I'm not anymore entertained by people who have sight. That's cool, but like that doesn't turn me on unless you've got very good footage or something. Um, I am still very entertained by Indian abductees. That's kind of my jam because I love hearing about new stories. I really like to read about extraterrestrial technology. I don't know who knows. It's absolutely fascinating to me when they got like, just like devices that we don't have. That kind of stuff is, in terms of like Bob Lazar, I know his fucking story as well as he does. And it's been consistent all these years. And I absolutely can't stand people in the UFO community who come in and they're like, he's a fraud. That immediately makes me think that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you haven't been in it that long because he's been consistent for 35 years now. Wait, 35? Yeah, 35 years. His story has been exactly the same. And I don't think, like, I understand Bob. There's not anything that he can add to his story at this point. It's basically like, um, it is what it is. You can take it or leave it. But he's why we learned a lot about technology, anti-gravity and Area 51 and all of that. And um, so I'm like a huge Bob Lazar fan. Absolutely. But no one knew what Element 115 was before this man. No one knew what Area S4 was before this man. He gave us new knowledge, and I have utmost respect. And they tore his life apart. They made an affair of his ex-wife public, and they made him working on the computer system of the brothel public. Like, there's all kinds of embarrassing things that have happened to this man, and he's had all kinds of ratings. And I personally, I'm a huge Bob Lazar supporter, and I hear these people in the UFO community who are like, I think that, like, I haven't learned that much. How would they put it? I think that Bob Lazar is a disinformation agent, and I'm just like, disinformation of what? No one knew what Area 51 was before this man, and then he talks about it, and then for 23 years or so, everybody says that it doesn't exist until the Obama administration when he declassifies it. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, well, we all knew. It's like, no, you assholes. I can't tell you how many documentaries I've seen where you were a nut job, essentially, if you believed that there was a base in the Nevada desert where there was at least advanced technical fighters or perhaps even extraterrestrial reverse engineered technology. Like, you were an absolute fool. Absolutely, and they would call you that in the public, and there's nothing you can do about it. And then it gets declassified, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, um, now it's now it's to be believed, and I can't stand it. It's the same thing happened. I mean, I don't know really what happened with COVID. Like, I have no idea. But there were people who talked about it early on being a lab leak, and you were considered a loon if you thought that. And like you were an asshole if you thought that, and you were mocked. And then all of a sudden, like the National Institute of Health has come out and said that's what it was. And so it's like these phases of this double talking that occur that just bother me. That's why when people try to label things as being debunked or things as being um, uh, not just disinformation, not just misinformation, but malinformation. That's another thing, like a word that has been just contrived. That malinformation is stuff that is true but is earned. It's like, what the fuck is, what are you talking about? That's just information. You don't have to label it. Um, all of these different terms and qualifiers and things, I can't stand them. And so, with that being said, and I'm a huge Bob Lazar backer, but there's not anything more that he knows. He hasn't worked at Area S4 since 1989. And, you know, so to have him on another show, or he doesn't do interviews anymore, but like to even just say, like, hey, we want to hash this out again, I get it. It's basically it's old news essentially. I get that, and I understand it. I get it. In terms of what gets me going, um, really alien races get me going. Like that's the thing that is I don't know most exciting to me now. Right, right, exactly. That's what triggered me. Now I heard him say that, and I don't know if he knows. If he, I mean, and it's fine. It's not like you're ever taught this in school. I don't know how accurate he is on some of the things that he said. He was talking about the three tone thing, and well, one thing that he said, somebody said to him, "Is that the alien grays?" And I could be wrong if it was him. And he said, "No." Like he was talking about Zane particular, but that's where generally the grays are pretty confirmed to have been. And he said, like, no, that's not where they're from, or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe he was even saying that there was a. Uh, I'll have to listen to it now because I was half asleep, or literally falling asleep and not listening to it. But it just was when I heard him talking. He's like, yeah, if you interviewed me on this stuff, we would be. I'm going to say I know as much as he does because that's probably not true. At least on these topics, but it's not like he could tell me all that much more about it. Exactly, and I could tell that like his clarifying statements were not. I don't want to say they were inaccurate, but I don't want him to be like if he's like, no, the Zetas aren't from there; they're from somewhere else. Well, then where are they from? Tell me all about it. Like I can tell you right now, the Zetas have like a bi-astral star system, and it's like has similar gravity to Earth. And like there's some things that I can talk about or I have some familiarity with, and I would want to hear more. I mean, that's my thing though. I'm kind of like over Earth. Like I don't want to say I know every secret that's ever been known on Earth. That's certainly not true. But my interests have just gone to black. And so for someone to come in and be like, oh, we're going to try to declassify such and such document, I'm just like, you know, big book. Watch the Disclosure Project, Dr. Stephen Greer from May 9th, 2001. And that's as much disclosure as you're ever going to need to prove to anybody when you've got FAA reports and NASA photoshopping UFOs for pictures. And with that all being said, do you happen to remember? I don't know if it's still a thing, but there was a NASA channel. It used to be a thing on like television, and then there's like a NASA. Um, there's like a NASA, like NASA has a live show, a very well known live show. Anyway, there is an interesting aspect of this that they used to have it be a live stream and figured nobody's going to watch it. They always have, like, I can go to it right now. I'm going to. I bet you they have 101 people watching. And the reason why I say that, I think they buy 100 viewers and one or two real people are watching, like, maximum. I mean, I'm watching it right. I'm going to turn it on right now, and um, I'm just kind of interested if if that's what we're at. Let's see how many people are watching. 83 people are watching it, so I'm not necessarily as passionate on that as I thought I'd be. I mean, frankly, I am. Within 20 people of that watching. I don't know how many real people. Maybe it has 80 viewers or whatever. Anyway, nobody really watches this that often. I find it interesting. NASA turns off the comments. Why? You're scientists. Don't you want people to have a discussion about what you're doing? And it's just like, exactly. No. You can't do that on YouTube very long without losing your account. That's why somebody gets flagged and they lose their account. That's why you have moderators. You're NASA. You have the budget for moderators. You hire hundreds of interns a year of college kids, even maybe high school age kids who have nothing to do. Just say moderate this channel. And you can also limit people's text that they use. So if somebody wants to use the N word or whatever word, you can get rid of it. Like, I don't believe that. It's because they don't want people calling them out. Yo, dog, how is it that XYZ happened in the Apollo program? Or why is it that this is on the internet? Like, all the stuff that I think that they should be called out on, they just don't want to put up with any of that discussion. So they have comments on it. That's fine. If they want to do that, that's cool. Anyway, I know that they used to do a live stream that was literally like a live stream. It wasn't delayed. Or if it was, it wasn't delayed enough. And people used to just take their footage straight from the NASA live stream of UFOs. And it would be tons of them, like from the International Space Station, tons of them. Like, what would you even call it? Like waves of them. They would just be flying around. And it wouldn't happen every day, but if you watch it long enough, it would just be like incredible amounts. And then they stopped. They stopped doing it. And I don't know. As has previously been stated, NASA should stand for never a straight answer because it's basically useless. And to me, it's even more useless now than we have private space companies that they're more accomplished, frankly, than all of NASA. And that, in my opinion, shouldn't be a thing. How is it that we have Japan, who just recently tried to put some kind of lander on the moon, and they failed? Yet we did it multiple times in the 1960s and 1970s with less computing power than is in a Walmart watch. I'm very skeptical of what comes out from that organization. You know, here's a completely unrelated topic, but I want to bring up completely unrelated. If I say to you, testing scene, we live in a democratic country. That doesn't sound strange to you, right? Exactly. But it's not. And that to me is absolutely ridiculous. Democracy is in its simplest form. Hold on. Let's talk this out. One person, one vote. And wait, 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 wait. In fact, there isn't a single democracy in the world. Exactly. So whenever anybody says democratic principles, I already just know that they are like a sheep. They're just not even thinking about it. Now, if you want to say that these are Republican principles, basically representative principles, okay, I get that. I get that because you vote representative. But for anybody to even talk about democracy anywhere in the world, for any government, to me, it's just garbage discussion. And to me, it's actually oxymoronic to say that the United States has a representative democracy. That's a republic. That's not anything democratic at all. Democratic is one person, one vote. Now, people will say that's a direct democracy. Well, what are we talking about here? Well, we're talking about a representative democracy. That's a republic. I don't know why you are using the term democracy because it's basically to pull the wool over the people's eyes and make them think that they have power. But they have no power. If you had a democracy, a direct democracy, it's actually been seen as the worst type of government. Now, whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But I can see that. I could absolutely see that because you have the what's called the something like the dictatorship of the majority, um, tyranny of the majority, tyranny of the majority. And so basically, you can very easily get rid of anybody you don't want. And I get that. I'm not saying that we need a direct democracy. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying anybody who ever talks about that's anti-democratic or those aren't democratic principles, none of these are democratic principles in the United States. None. You want a democratic society? Well, then that's essentially it. Hasn't been seen since Athens 2,300 years ago. I mean, basically. So, with that being said, as Peter Griffin says, you know what really grinds my gears? It really grinds my gears when I hear the term democratic principles. We live in a democratic society. No, we don't. We don't live in anything close to a democratic society. Truthfully, we don't. That's true. It is. That's what it is. It's propaganda. Did you ever see that Family Guy? I think it's when Lois. It's an early one. Lois runs for student council president, not student council president, but like school board president, and she's debating somebody or whatever, and she just realizes to appeal to the lowest common denominator, you just go 9/11. Everybody's like basically like like uh, like there's a phrase like they hate us for our freedom. I hate that phrase. It's like a phrase that I can't stand. Um, I I just I hear I hear I've been hearing for 39 years, almost 40 years, democratic principles, democratic ideals, and I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of hearing that. We don't live in a democracy. We don't live in anything close to a democracy. If anything, it is a constitutional republic. And the word democracy should be used. It should not be used. It should be like a word like, what's a word that would be like similar, that just isn't even isn't even relevant. I want to say plutocracy, but that's which governments are the rich and that's what we're in, or an aristocracy, or it's a, it's like it's just like you said, it's propaganda, and I leave it alone. Anyway, now another phrase that I've seen change, and I can't stand that language is altered, and nobody talks about it. So we have during the 2020 protests, those were mostly peaceful protests. Don't you remember, Caspian Sea? Yes. Just like World War II was mostly peaceful. Truthfully, if you took the amount of time that people were pulling triggers on guns and compared that to the amount of time where no one was pulling triggers on guns, it was more time where people were not pulling triggers on guns, which by definition would make it more peaceful than not. Was it still incredibly violent? Absolutely, all the terrible things. But with that being said, they've changed the phrase from mostly peaceful now to largely peaceful. Do you realize how dangerous that is? Now it doesn't have to be the majority of the time it was peaceful. It's now just a significant amount of time was peaceful. And I just think that that's incredibly dangerous and disingenuous. I'm not stupid. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. It's like, it's frustrating. And
I mean, it's the same with they would say,
right. Right. Exactly. Separate things. Right. Exactly. I couldn't agree more. Oh, no, no, no. I think it's an excellent analogy. And happier. And it's frustrating to me that, including that one, that we don't have like different terms for it. Like one would be, I guess they are in like psychological or psychological units. Like there's sexual based traumatic stress disorder, and there's war based traumatic post traumatic stress disorder, and there could be like what would a car accident be? Just like incident based, I don't know, like whatever. And all of those could be true. I'm not saying that they're not, but um, for the how would I say? But to me, like if you were, and like I have empathy for these people. If going to war and seeing people die and all that stuff, and perhaps killing people and doing all that stuff, is different than if you were in a car accident. They're just different. And and we need a better term for it. Like it's and I'm sure that they have them, but they're not used. It's too overarching for like, oh, you had bad shit happen to you in the past. That's PTSD. And it's like, okay, I get that, but there are different levels to this. And with that being said, like I agree with you. It's the one 100%. I agree. I right. I I agree with you. A big one that's used now is autism. When I was a kid, frankly, I didn't know anybody who had it. I still don't think I really ever met anybody who's had it in real life. So you go on the internet and everybody's got it. And like autism at one time was, I know this is a specific kind of autism, but it was like Rain Man syndrome. It was like, it was exactly. And now, especially because I'm a blues guy, and I say that because like people are more open about these things, it's like 70% of people. And I'm like, no, it's not 70% of people. You think because you're socially awkward that you have a very serious psychological issue, and they're unrelated. They're unrelated. Just because you were bullied as a kid, which I'm not saying is cool, does not necessarily mean that you have the same thing that Rain Man or whatever. It's like they're separate. They're separate. And that's true. Wait, if it's a spectrum, absolutely. Anything. That's not autism. Doug, have you ever seen someone with like nonverbal autism? That is the thing. Some person who has some personality quirks. Yeah, they just do it to be different, or to explain their social awkwardness or their personality quirks. I get that. I get that. I'm very not just skeptical, but I find it, I find it insulting to people who really do have it in a certain way to just say, well, I've got it, not me person, but like, just like a random person says, I've got it, and I have it. And then when you talk about spectrums, then I'm on the like everything's a spectrum, literally, and I understand that, but that means that um, like, I don't know, like um, someone who is 7 feet tall is a little bit on the vertically challenged spectrum because maybe some part of them doesn't feel tall enough or something like that. Like someone who has enough of something, they're gonna feel that. Now they'd be at the far end of that spectrum, but it's like yeah, versus someone who's like a push. Yes, exactly, exactly. I get that. Yeah, I mean, just when you bring when you bring the term spectrum into it, it's like everything's a spectrum. You could have some dude who is in China, who's only ever known Chinese people, and say that they are on uh, the South American spectrum. What is that? I don't know, like Latinx or something like that. Why? Because they just feel a little Latinx to them. I don't know. That's not my determination, but it's like if everything's on a spectrum, then that's how that works. And it's a slippery slope that occurs. And Yeah. So if you say, well, it's a spectrum, well, everyone's on the spectrum because that's how spectrums work. I get that. Basically, if you're saying that if the people say that everything is a spectrum, which I agree it is, at what point do you have normalcy? Like, at what point is it like not affecting you? Well, if everything's a spectrum, then I guess it's always affecting you. I don't know. I don't enjoy the